changes that we consider every time. So सबसे पहले जब भी valuations की अगर हम बात करते हैं, we talk about valuations, we need to understand the background, we need to understand the directors of the company, what was the business of the company. Unless until you understand the background completely, you can't value a company. The main thing is that. So, as we already know that there are certain requirements, there are various requirements wherein valuations are required. It could be either mandatory, it could be either voluntary. So agar mandatory requirements ki agar baat karte hai, so there are various acts in our laws wherein the requirement of valuation is being compulsory by a registered valuer. So fresh issue of equity and transfer of shares for that registered valuer valuation report is required. So valuation requirements under companies law, income tax law, FAMA and regulations there under, and SEBI regulations. So this is for fresh issuance, transfer of shares wherein valuations are required. Business combinations, mergers and acquisitions, where in that valuation requirements under financial reporting, income tax laws, companies laws and SEBI regulations. So where there is a dispute, there is a mergers and amalgamations, there is a partition of a business, at every time there is a requirement of certain laws wherein valuation reports are required. Then ESOPs and sweat equity, wherein the company is going to issue ESOPs and sweat equity shares, therein also valuations are required. Then IBC, valuation requirements as per IBC, as per its regulations, that we are going to study further. And then financial reporting. As we all know that now all the listed companies and companies over 250 crores having net worth are required to comply with the Indian accounting standards. So for that also, every 31st March required certain valuation reports. So there is also a mandatory requirement wherein valuations are required. So am I clear with where majorly the mandatory requirements of valuations are? These are our certain acts wherein valuations are required. So when is it really necessary that valuations are always based on mandatory requirements? So I would certainly say no, because many a times companies or promoters are intending to know their actual valuations of business, and they could go voluntarily also for the valuations of the company. So what are the objectives of valuations under IBC? So agar hum IBC mein aate hain, so IBC is again a revolutionary law that we came to know in 2016, wherein IBBI has taken initiatives for such laws. So key objective is to be transparent and having creditable determination of assets to facilitate comparisons and informed decisions making by the committee of creditors and concerned stakeholders. So हमारा key objective, so what is the key objective? To be a transparent, but obvious, if a company is running into a liquidation or into a CIRP, at least we need to know what the actual valuation is. So that is the main sole objective, is to be a transparent and a credible determination. Either it could be overvalued, it could be undervalued, or it needs to be a credible determinant. That is that what actual the valuation is if the company is in CIRP or in liquidation. So these reports are majorly for whom? They are for insolvency professionals, for COCs, for stakeholders, and for regulatory requirements. So what is the importance of accurate valuation under IBC? So valuation reports guides the actions of the insolvency professional, COC, SCC, and NCLT. So these are the major persons wherein valuations are being used by insolvency professional. Then COC is Committee of Creditors, Stakeholders Committee, and of course NCLT. So for every valuations under IBC, we need to derive three values. That is book value, that whatever has been provided to us as per books, that is one value. Then fair value, that we determine based on what the actual price, market fair value is. And the third is liquidation value. If the company is in CIRP, then the liquidation value could be derived. So these are the majorly what, as per IBBI, we need to give three values properly, that is book value, fair value, and liquidation value, if we are undertaking an assignment for valuations under IBC. So fair value and liquidation value are frequently used by, this has been used by whom? By IBBI for statistical purpose to gauge performance of IBC. So majorly, we need to understand that the performance of the company could be gauged based on the valuation report. A registered valuer typically competes with market and endeavors to estimate a value which is more authentic than a price of an asset. So what the registered valuer do? It competes with the market. So he or she analyzes with the market what the actual valuation is, and based on the estimations of the valuation, the more authentic price it derives. And this is how the valuation is arrived. So many times it could happen that because of the non-availability of documents and because of non-availability of certain cooperations, there may be a delay in process of valuations. So this is a one limitation. So we need to fast track the valuation process as well. Difference in fact between two valuations reports need to be examined by IPs. So as per regulations, every insolvency professional needs to appoint two registered valuer within the period of 7 days or up to 47 days. So for every class of assets, two valuers are required to be appointed. So what happens if there is a difference between one value and there is a difference between, if the difference is majorly large? So in that case, we need to have one valuation report more from third valuer, and the average of two closest reports needs to be considered. Few of the possible effects of overvaluation and undervaluations are as under. Say suppose that once I have issued the report, being a registered valuer, and I have been appointed for the assignment a company for a company under IBC. In that case, if I have given a report and wherein it had been found that the report that has been given is undervalued, either it could be, it needs to be exact, or it could be undervalued, it could be overvalued. So what if the valuation is undervalued? So what are the possible effects? So of course, if the valuation is undervalued, then that gain, the difference of valuation and undervaluations gain, that would be abnormal gain by resolution applicant, that whenever a company is in liquidation or in CIRP process, the benefit goes to either to promoters of the company or to the resolution applicant. So that abnormal gain can go to resolution applicant. Then loss of realizable value for financial, and of course, if there is a gain for some person who is purchasing, so of course there is a loss for the person who is selling. So there should be a loss of realizable value for financial and operational creditors. And possible loss. And if I have given a valuation report and if it is undervalued, then of course it would really affect my reputation, my goodwill. So there is a possible loss of reputation for registered value. And what if the possible effects of overvaluations? If your assets are overvalued, then that could be rejected for resolution plan, because if a resolution applicant, he would assess his techniques and will see that the valuations is really less rather than based on the valuation report. So of course, the resolution plan could be rejected based on that and delay in liquidation process due to the requirement of repeat process. So there may be a delay in liquidation process as well if the valuation is overvalued. I hope I am clear. What are the objectives under IBC? Why the valuations are required? So now types of valuations under IBC. So there are many major regulations wherein valuations are being derived under IBC. So first of all and the foremost is fair value. Regulation 2 subclause HB of CIRP regulations defines fair value as estimated realizable value of the assets of the corporate debtor. Means what? Here fair value means what? It is an estimated realizable value. What we estimate is a realizable value, but based on what? If they were to be exchanged, here the word is exchange on insolvency commencement date. So a registered valuer, if getting an assignment under IBC, he needs to derive the valuation on what date? We need to have certain cutoff date. That's suppose that if you are doing valuation on 31st March, you are doing valuation on 30th June. So under IBC, what is that cutoff date? That cutoff date is the insolvency commencement date. What is insolvency commencement date? So insolvency commencement date is the order of NCLT, the order of NCLT that has been given. The date mentioned on that order is the insolvency commencement date. So what is being exchanged here? If they were to be exchanged on insolvency commencement date between a willing buyer and a willing seller, means Here, the word willing is again very important, that the buyer is willing to purchase and the seller is willing to sell. Here, forceful transactions are not carried out. So by that reason, we could carry out fair market value in an arm's length transactions after proper marketing and where the parties has acted knowledgeably, prudently, and without compulsion. So here the word is without compulsion. Many a times, at times it happens that what is the difference between the fair value and the liquidation value? So fair value is what I am willing to sell, you are willing to buy, and at market price we are exchanging our transaction. So that is the fair value. And there is no compulsion that I want to sell, compulsorily I want to sell. That is not the case. In that case, fair value can be derived properly. Then is liquidation value. So regulation 2K of CIRP regulation defines liquidation value, wherein estimated realizable value of assets of the corporate debtor if the corporate debtor were to be liquidated on insolvency commencement date. So here what the main thing is that were to be liquidated, that at the time of insolvency commencement date, whatever the value of the assets would be fair value. But if we are intending to sell that assets under liquidation, then of course there would be certain difference. Let me give an example for that. So first of all, fair value. Say suppose you have 200 rupees and you are going to purchase an apple in the market. So then you gather three vendors, that is A, B, and C. A is selling a apple at rupees 200. B is selling an apple at rupees 300 and C is selling an apple at rupees 400. So now these are what the prices are available in the market. They are not the fair value. There is a very good difference between the price value and the fair value. So the price is what you pay. That is, if I go to a vendor and I tell them that I want an apple. So he told that it's of rupees 300 rupees. 200, 300, and 400. So if I go for a vendor and he gives me an apple for 200 rupees, but the quality of the apple is Kashmiri apple, right? Kashmiri apples are really very good. But I got that value of apples at rupees 200. So that at that time, what the value is of that apples is actually 400 because vendor C is selling same apples at rupees 400. So the fair value is 400, but the price that which I am paying is 200. So price could be either more, either less. That is okay, but fair value is fair value. That what actually that we get is a fair value. So there is a very good difference between price and a fair value. Price is what you always pay, that what is exchanged, and fair value is what you will get. It could be either more than a price, it could be either less than a price. So this is the major difference. So certainly in case of liquidation also, I am willing to intend to sell as on the date of valuation, liquidation only, as on the date of insolvency commencement date only. So at that time, what is that I need to sell it. So that is like I am much more willing. So my weightage is willing to sell is more. So in that case is liquidation value is always less than fair value. Then realizable value is not at all defined under IBC or neither it has been defined under IBS. However, general understanding is realizable value is value arrived after reducing the cost incurred to sell from fair value or liquidation value. Majorly, it is a difference up to 10% of liquidation value. Am I clear here? What are the types of valuations under IBC? Anyone is having any questions? They are free to ask the questions. Okay. So these are what I am going little bit fast. Okay, I will be very slow this time. So am I clear with everyone with fair value, liquidation value, and realizable value?
Yes, ma'am.
So now the appointment of auditors, appointment of valuers. So under IBC and regulation 21H of IBC liquidation process 2016, registered valuer means a person registered in accordance with the Companies Act 2013, that is section 247 and rules made thereunder. So who can be appointed as an valuers? So first of all, IBC and Regulation 21H of IBC liquidation process regulations mandates to appoint a valuers. Who are the valuers? Valuers have been defined under Companies Act 2013 under Section 247. So as per Section 247, who are the registered valuers? All those registered valuers that are registered with IBBI. Say suppose, let me ask you a question. If a person is a land and building valuer and is registered under Wealth Tax Act or Income Tax Act, can he do valuations under IBC? Can a person registered under Income Tax Act or Wealth Tax Act can do valuations under IBC?
No.
Certainly no, because here the mandatory requirement is the person needs to get registered under IBBI. So identifying types of assets and selections of registered valuer for inviting quotations. So insolvency professionals should identify the types of assets. So what thing happen is, say suppose that you got a letter or you got an order from NCLT wherein you have been appointed as an insolvency professional. It could be insolvency professional or it could be IRP, interim resolution professional. So in that case, certainly within 3 days, you need to do public announcements and all. Then the step for appointment of valuer comes. So in that case, first what you need to do being a insolvency professional, you need to understand the financial background of the corporate data, the nature of business, and based on the latest available financials, you need to identify which class of assets or values are required to be appointed for the valuations. So say suppose if I get a financials wherein there are only land and building values and SFA assets, land and building as an assets in fixed assets and security and financial assets. So in that case, I need to appoint land and building values and SFA values. So my question is, if a company which I am been appointed as a resolution professional does not have any of the assets for plant and machinery class of assets of valuer, so am I required to mandatorily appoint the plant and machinery valuers also?
Not necessary.
Not necessary. So many times a question arises to me that is it really compulsory to appoint all 3 class of assets or values? So no, of course not. The requirement is the assets. If you are having assets in your financials and if that assets are needs to be valued, then only that class of assets are required to be appointed. So that is very clear that if you are not having any SFA class of assets or land and building in our financials, then you are not required to appoint such values.
Madam, I have got one doubt. Say when there are only cash and bank balances for a particular CD, then is it necessary to appoint a SFA valuer?
Yes, because that is being covered under SFA assets only. Current assets are covered under SFA assets only. So yes, that is a mandatory requirement. Many times what happened is cash and bank balances have been seized by banks, then certain income tax notices have come, they have seized that money, or a certain amount has been adjusted off against the loans and liabilities of the same banks. So for that reasons, you are required to appoint, though if you are only having cash and bank balances. So yes, you are required. Okay. So any questions, other questions? I would be happy to have. So yes, let me move ahead. So what are the statutory requirements under IBC? So first of all, section 59(3)(b)(2) of IBC states that where a proposal for voluntary winding up. So there are either it could be by a company itself wants to voluntarily wind up this. So it could be said as voluntary winding up under IBC. So in that case, section 59(3) of IBC states that valuation reports are required mandatorily. However, but the directors of the companies are itself intending to close the company through resolution. So in that case, declaration of insolvency needs to be given by directors. That is the foremost requirement wherein valuations under voluntary windings up are carried out. So what happen is, if you are a registered valuer, you got an assignment wherein the company is going voluntary wind up. So in that case, first you need to ask the declaration of insolvency from the directors, and then only you need to consider for valuations. So this is the mandatory requirement. Then section 46(2) of IBC states that in an application for avoiding a transaction as undervalued, the adjudicating authority may require an independent expert to access evidences relating to the value of transactions. So, as we all know, POF transactions, preferential transactions, undervalued transactions, fraudulent transactions. So, in that case, if adjudicating authority or NCLT requires that we need an independent expert again to access the value of the transactions, well, in that case also, valuations from registered valuers are required. Then regulation 27 of CIRP regulations mandate the appointment of two values. So this is what normally under IBC, if the company is under CIRP processes, then regulation 27. Which regulation? Regulation 27. So you need to be very clear at the time of signing an assignment, at the time of engagements, regulation 27 needs to be mentioned very well, that as per regulation 27 of CIRP regulations, you have been appointed as an valuer. So how many values requires to be appointed? So basically 2. So here now my question is, what if I have done, I have appointed only one valuer at a time for a one class of asset? Whether I can do that? Say suppose that earlier the question has been asked that there is only cash and bank. Okay. So, and nothing assets have been there. So in that case, whether I am required to appoint two valuers or one valuer would be suffice the requirement.
One value.
Sorry?
Always two.
Two values. Always two, right? I heard from someone one valuation. So kindly note that no, you need to appoint two valuers compulsorily. Either it is whether the class of assets are more or less, you need to appoint two valuers. So when you are required to appoint the valuers, so once you get an assignment, you get a public announcement needs to be done within 3 days. And after that, within 7 days of insolvency commencement date, within 7 days, this is the minimum time period, you can appoint the valuers. And the maximum time is 47 days. Up to 47 days, you can appoint a valuer. So you have a time period of around wherein the values needs to get appointed. So which regulation mandates us? So regulation 27. For what? Which process? CIRP process. So there are two regulations. Regulation 27 is for CIRP and regulation 35 is for liquidation. Regulation 17 is for liquidation. So now, okay. So once the value has been appointed, now regulation 35, what states that? It states that two registered valuers are to be appointed. Very clearly, the Act says that we are required to appoint two registered values. So when two registered values are appointed, it is so obvious or natural that the valuations could derive, the difference between the two valuations could differ much more, as we expect. One valuation says that this is what the valuation is, one valuation, this is what the valuation is. So if the two estimates of the value in the class of assets are significantly different, if they are different, say suppose what is the difference? Difference is about more than 25%. Then every resolution professional needs to appoint third registered valuer from COC after taking approval from COC. So here what it intends to say, regulation 35, it first tells that you need to appoint two values. Once we appoint two values, the valuation that has been derived by values needs to be closest. If they are not closest, then you need to appoint one more value, that is third value. So here, significant difference. Significant difference means the difference of 25% in liquidation value. So, or fair value under an assets class. And the same shall be calculated, wherein we need to just derive that if valuation of A is 100, valuation of B is 150. So difference is more than 50%. Difference is about 50%. So in that case, you need to appoint a third value. Now, once we appoint a third valuer, the third valuer has given the valuation of 125. So how I would derive then? So in that case, what I would do is two closest value. So two closest value would be higher value. So 150 plus 125 divided by 2. So this would be the my value. Okay. So now regulation 17 of CRP regulation states that in case there is a change in IRP to RP and the appointment of resolution professional is delayed due to any unforeseen reason, then regulation 17 requires IRP to perform the functions of RP from the 14th day of insolvency commencement date. In that case, IRP shall assure appointment of two registered valuers before the 47th day of insolvency commencement. So yes, again, the question is that once you have been appointed as an insolvency professional, not insolvency professional, interim resolution professional, IRP. So IRP is interim. He is not the final RP once he get the approval from COC within 30 days. So now what happens is that certain times due to unforeseen reasons, COC has not been set up or the meeting has not been done within 30 days and the time period of 47 lakhs. So in that case, what IRP can do is he needs to consider all the responsibilities of RP and he is bound to appoint valuers, though he is not a resolution professional, even though he is bound to appoint a valuers for the same. So am I clear with that? Any questions regarding here? I guess everyone is okay. Okay. Now, best practices for the appointment of registered value. So now here what is, first of all, you have been appointed as a resolution professional. Then up to this, what we have understand is that we need to appoint a registered valuer. How many registered valuers we are required to appoint? Two registered valuers required to appoint. Then what is the timeline? Timeline is minimum 7 days to maximum 47 days. What if that I am not been appointed as an RP, but I am an IRP? In that case, also IRP is bound to appoint the valuers within the time limit that has been prescribed. So now moving forward, what are the best practices for appointment? So this is the standards that is the standardization that has been given by IBC, that this is the process that needs to be maintained by insolvency professional. So first of all is process for appointment of values. So once you've been appointed as an insolvency IRP or RP, what you could do is you need to email all the registered values, the class of registered values, or not all, but certain class of certain registered values of different classes. So first is for inviting the quotation. So in a mail, you need to prescribe that I have been appointed as in this insolvency professionals. The order is attached herewith and we ask you for the quotations for the same. So this is what the initial invitation you provide is the RRP should invite the quotations for multiple registered values during the initial weeks of CRP commencement date. So after 7 days, you need to just email every registered, not every class of registered valuer based on the financials and based on the requirements. So now the question is that how will I get the registered values? So yes, of course, IBBI's website is available wherein openly you could get the email IDs, and by there you can pick any random values and you could send them emails. Then IRP should use its wisdom to decide on registered values for submitting the quotations depending upon the complexity and size of the corporate debtors. So here we need to use our wisdom to decide on registered value. So suppose that you have received quotations many, it could be either 10,000, it could range towards 1 lakh. So it's on wisdom on the insolvency professionals based on his competency, based on the registered valuer experiences and everything, he could appoint anyone based on the subject to the approval of COC. So here, after being into insolvencies, nothing is in hand of the sole wisdom is of COC only. Everything needs to get approved from COC. So once you have approached for the invitations of quotations to the registered valuer, you may receive many of the quotations wherein you need to prepare a summary that this is the name of the valuer and this is the quotation for that class of assets. Then seeking the approval from COC. So basis regulation 34 of CRP regulations, the professional fee payable to registered valuers forms part of insolvency resolution process cost. Therefore, the RP shall take the approval of fees to be paid to the registered valuer. So here my again question comes is whether at the time of approval from COC, I need to tell the names also of the registered valuer, or what a blanket rate that we could have an approval that 50,000 or a lakh up to this is the rate wherein we could appoint the valuers. So whether we need to disclose each and everything or just a professional fee. My question is, am I clear with my question?
Better to inform the names of the valuation professions being appointed, their fees and their background briefly.
Okay. Is that mandatorily required?
I feel it is advisable, may not be mandatory.
It is advisable, yes. But the law tells it that basically the professional fee is a part of the CRP cost, right? So in that case, you could have that we are required to appoint the values up to this limit. This is what you could do. This is what the law says. Okay, it is advisable that you are proposing the names also. That's perfectly fine. That's good. That's a good practice, I'm telling. But what law says is that here the really thing matter is the professional fee. So for that reason, the professional fee needs to be majorly. See, what happens is we pass a resolution and wherein we provide that all three class of assets would be done in rupees 1 lakh rupees, wherein we never write the names of the values in minutes also at that time, at the time of approval. Of course, after appointment, we mention everything to COC. But at the time of taking an approval from COC, we normally quote the professional fees with the range of professional fees the values are going to get appointed. So this is what the mandatory requirement is. And of course, as per Shiva Prasad ji, yes, it is really advisable to disclose the names also, but that is not at all required by law. Okay. So here it has been clearly.
Madam, I have a query. So do we have to necessarily call for quotations from the valuers, or simply can we take out the quotations which are already received by us without our invitation? Because I received so many mails from or quotations from some valuers stating that they are willing to work as a valuer for my assignment, and they quoted their fees.
No. You need to formally mail first to all the valuers, because see, every valuation derives, no? So professional fees also derives. How could one say the professional fee before understanding the background of the corporate data company? So what you need to do is you need to see what you could do is that all the quotations that you have already received for some certain other cases, you could again propose them for different mail that this is the company I have been appointed as an insolvency professional and this is the background of the company. And if then that value needs to ask for the financials, and we need to provide the financials that are available, latest available as on CRP date. And based on that, he needs to bid for the valuation quotations. This is what the process is.
But generally,
so without this process, you can't appoint.
The values themselves are going to the MCA website and downloading the financials. Then only they are mostly, I don't say that in every case it is true, but they are understanding the intricacies of the particular case issue or CRP case, and they are quoting accordingly.
No, if they're approaching, that's good. That's fine. But this is what normally it happens is, say suppose I get a mail wherein you have been appointed as an insolvency professional. So you just give me a brief introductions like I've been appointed for this date. This is the order. This is what the first formal mail for invitation of quotation happens. Then what my sole responsibility is, either I could go for MCA, but under MCA, the financials as on CRP date may not be available. What my words are may not be available. So in that case, it's my sole duty, being a registered valuer, to ask you to kindly provide me the financials as on CIRP date. Then it is your duty to answer the same that as the financials are not readily available as on CRP date due to lack of documentations or whatever reason may be, I am providing the latest financials available with me. So either you could provide or either the valuer then can download from MC. Am I clear? Siva Prasad ji. Okay.
Yes, yes.
So this is how, yeah. So okay, this is how the process goes on. So never appoint the valuer without doing all these formal mails. It is really very mandatory, and it is advisable to do all such course of exercises for the appointment of valuations as per law. So as I already told, you need not to require to disclose the each and every valuer's name and everything about valuers that are going to get appointed by you, but you could just have a blanket rate approvals that the valuers or attributes these of all class of assets are being appointed. So that would suffice the requirement as per law. So now appointment of registered value. So this is what we do is once you have been appointed as a resolution, I am repeating this again and again because many times it happens, it is your first assignment and you really don't know that what really happens is. So in that case, once you have been appointed as an IP or RP, you do public announcement and within 7 days you are required to appoint a registered valuer. So first and the foremost requirement would be kindly do mails to valuers, to those who are in connects with you or not, but kindly take my words as in connects, not a related party. If someone is a related party, you can't appoint them. We'll see in further. And then seeking approval. And once you get a quotations based on the requirements of valuations, you need to seek approval from COC. Once the COC approved the blanket rate that yes, you could appoint within the range of these professional fees, then you could appoint the said values. So now appointment of registered valuers. Regulation 27 of CIRP regulation states that resolution professional shall within 7 days of his appointment, but not later than 47th day from this. Sorry, I have already read this, right? So yes, this is what we do, that we need to appoint within 7 days and maximum up to 47 days from CIRP date. Okay. So now the second step is, so first step is you have invited for quotations, you get a quotations, you have seek approval from COC. Second and foremost is before appointing a valuer, you need to provide a NDA clause, non-disclosure clauses in an appointment letter. So the second step would be that you will just give them an appointment letter wherein engagement, appointment and NDA clause are mandatory and relationship status also. So these are certain 4 things that you need to share with the registered value once they get signed, and after that only you can share all the required documents. So it is necessary to incorporate an NDA, non-disclosure clause in the appointment letter of the registered valuer to avoid misuse of information, because this is highly critical and sensitive if the company is in insolvency, and the valuation really matters a lot, because here the valuation really valuation fluctuates a lot as the company went into insolvency. So in that case, non-disclosure clause needs to be in your appointment letter compulsorily. So now compliances, and I will just give you a link or a format wherein all these NDAs, relationships and appointment letters, engagement letters has been provided. So kindly you can take from ICSI also. I will provide that. Okay. Now compliances to regulation 27 of CIRP regulations. So now there are certain persons who cannot be appointed as a registered valuers. So who are they? A relative of insolvency, a resolution professional. Of course, if I am RP, then I can't appoint my relatives as a registered valuer because there would be a conflict of interest. Then a related party of corporate debtors, the company in which the company is in liquidation or in CIRP, the directors, the relatives of the directors cannot be appointed as in registered valuer. Then an auditor. So auditor of corporate data at any time during 5 years preceding the insolvency commencement date. So who is the auditor? Who is the related party? So if a company is in insolvency commencement date, then beyond 5 years, besides before 5 years, he needs not to be an auditor of a company. If any CA who is the auditor of a company up to 5 years before the commencement date, then that person being registered valuer cannot be appointed as a registered valuer. Then a partner or director of insolvency professional entity of which resolution professional is a partner or a director. Say suppose I am a partner of AAA. So all the partners and directors or the designated partners of the AAA cannot be appointed as an value for the said case, because again there will be a conflict of interest. If I am insolvency professional, I can't appoint my valuations entity as an valuer, registered valuer of the said corporate debt. So there are 4 persons basically that cannot be appointed. So one is relative of whom? Relative of resolution professional, relative of corporate debt. Then an auditor up to 5 years from insolvency commencement date. And for resolution professional, any of the partner of director of any entity, insolvency professional entity, or any entity you could say, there it needs not to be appointed. So disclosure of relationship as per IBBI circular number I. So again, that I have already told that we need to sign a relationship disclosure also, wherein if I have been appointed as a registered valuer by an insolvency professional, so I need to sign a relationship disclosure that I am not at all a relative, I am not a related party of resolution professional, corporate debtors, I am not an auditor, and I am not a partner or director of any of the entity. So this needs to get signed before starting the valuation assignments. So what practices is, first of all, send mail to all the valuers, required values, seek quotations, seek approval, and then at the time of providing appointments, 3 things needs to keep in mind. Appointment letter, in appointment letter, NDA clause is utmost important. It needs to be compulsorily disclosed that the valuer needs not to disclose any the valuations to any third party. Second thing is that relationship disclosure agreement, wherein you need to give a disclosures that the valuer is not at all a relative of the resolution professional, not a relative of a corporate debtor, not an auditor since 5 years, and not a partner director of insolvency professional entity. Any questions regarding here? Who can be appointed, who cannot be appointed? Any questions? So let me ask you one question. I am an insolvency professional, right? And I have appointed a registered valuer. I am partner in one chartered accountant firm. That firm is not at all an auditor of that corporate debtor. So, but my partner is again a registered valuer, and it has his own registered valuer entity. So can I appoint that entity?
No.
But here it has been told that insolvency professional entity of which the resolution professional is a partner or director. So अगर मेरी insolvency professional की है, तो अगर मेरे पार्टनर्स और डायरेक्टर्स है वो है ठीक है, लेकिन अगर मैं कोई और फर्म में हूँ और वो फर्म के पार्टनर है, वो एंटिटी है, तो इन दैट केस ऑल्सो ऑफकोर्स नो, कहीं भी कुछ भी थोड़ा भी रिलेशन आ रहा है वाया तो आपको वो अवॉइड करना चाहिए, आपको उसे अपॉइंट नहीं करना चाहिए. So information sharing with the value. So now the step comes is that once the value is being appointed, now what are the steps? The सबसे पहला जो चीज है वो है कि CIRP cases and liquidation cases are time bound cases. और यहाँ पे जो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज होता है वो है डेटा, financials, वो हमारे पास अवेलेबल होता ही नहीं है. The main challenge is that. And so the first and foremost is timelines. आपको बहुत कंसिडर करनी रहेगी कि आपको कब तक वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट्स रेडी अवेलेबल करानी है. So for that, first is timelines for completion of valuation processes, which requires timely actions from RP for information sharing with the registered value. So in CIRP cases, what are the timelines? So as per the model timeline as applicable currently, the resolution plans are to be received within 135 days of commencement of CIRP. This is the minimum requirement. Of course, more is 180, 330 days, but minimum is 135 days. So out of these 135 days, considering the outer limit of appointments, say suppose we are appointed valued at the day of 47. So we have 88 days wherein all the valuation exercise needs to get completed. This is the minimum requirement. It could extend it. I'm telling about minimum requirement of days, timelines. So once you have been appointed as an IP, within 3 days, you need to do public announcement. Within 7 days, you need to appoint a valuer. Minimum is 7 days, maximum is 47 days. And after that, 135 days are there for the submission of resolution plan and all. So considering taking out 47 days for 135 days, you have 88 days for carrying out all such valuation exercises in case of CIR. And what is case of liquidation? So liquidator is required to submit an asset memorandum to Honorable NCLT containing the valuation within 30 days of liquidation commencement date. So in CRP process, you are at pace because you have a timelines. You have a plenty of couple days wherein you can carry out valuation exercises. But in case of liquidation, you only have 30 days from liquidation commencement date and 75 days of liquidation commencement date where fresh valuation is being carried out during liquidation process. Hence, the entire activity needs to complete it with maximum 70 days, including appointments of registered buyer. So what is the difference between 30 days and 75 days? What is this telling? So what telling is there are two processes, that is CIRP process. Once the CIRP process resolution is not done, then the company straightway goes to liquidation. If the valuations have been already done in CIRP, then within 30 days, that reports needs to be submitted with asset memorandum by the liquidator. So that timeline is 30 days. And if the valuations have not been carried out during CRP, then you have 75 days to carry out that valuations. So in CRP processes, there are majorly around 80 days, and in liquidation, you have 75 days for valuations. Okay. So now my question again comes here is, if the valuations has already been done in CIRP processes, then am I compulsorily required to do valuations at the stage of liquidation also?
Not required, ma'am. Not compulsory.
Required.
Yes.
Not compulsory.
Not compulsory. If
Okay.
the assets are like deteriorating or the less value, then if you feel that in opinion of the insolvency professional, then they need to appoint. Otherwise, he can take the same valuation which he got during CR.
Perfect. Perfect. Exactly perfect. Say suppose that in CRP there were only two assets, cash and bank. In that case, I am going to know that the valuation needs to be either this or 5 to 10% more or less. So why to further spend cost for valuations in liquidation also? So in that cases, you are not required to have second valuation reports at the time of liquidation. But however, if there are plenty of assets wherein land and building, plant and machinery, and already that valuations that carried out in CRP was 1 year or 1.5 years back, and there is a wisdom and judgment of IIP that no, now the valuations has been deteriorated and there is something different or there is some additions or whatever findings that have done. In that cases, then valuations under liquidations are required to consider, else not. Perfectly said.
Where there are perishable goods, then it is it should necessarily be done again.
Sorry, pardon?
Where there are perishable goods, like milk,
Perishable goods.
products,
Yes.
vegetables, or any such goods.
Yes.
Consumer goods.
Perishable goods, तो right.
Or even
अगर perishable goods
say, consumer goods also, like foodstuffs, etc. They'll have some expiry date. Say if it is say beyond 6 months, probably they might not be usable. So in that case, better we take a second valuation, like this one, Future Group, Big Bazaar and all, where there are lots of food items. So those are all perishable. Even if it is packaged products also, they will have some expiry date.
Right. Perfectly said. Yes. So that we already discussed, it is totally up to wisdom and judgment of the insolvency professional, as we could understand that within a time period of certain uncertain things could happen. Say suppose suddenly COVID happens. So before COVID, certain things were valued at the higher price, but after COVID, certain things were valued at the lower price. So in that case, though the time limit was not that much bigger, but in that case, you need to have valuations under liquidations also. Perfectly safe, Prasad. So information sharing with the values. So now the step comes is that what to share with the value and what not to. So after inviting quotations, seeking approvals and appointments, and then now the stage come wherein we are required to provide the data to the registered values. So first of all, stagnant timelines, we need to comply within the timelines provided as per correct. Then continuous exercise coordinations. So what here happens is we mail the valuer that this is the appointment letter, this is the NDA clause, it is the relationship disclosure, kindly provide me the signed copy. And once we get the signed copy, sign and stamp copy, they have been appointed. And once they have been appointed, it is a duty of the registered valuer to provide a checklist to the insolvency professional, resolution professional, IP or IRP, for the requirement of valuations based on their class of assets and based on their requirements. So once we get the checklist, then our exercises starts. Whose exercises? Insolvency professional exercises starts. So what are the stagnant timelines? So there is a very long list wherein they are required certain major things, and the main challenge came in CRP processes liquidation is that we really don't have data readily available. We need to make data, or we need to make available data. So that is really a very tedious task, and we need to consider the stagnant timelines also. So we need to do everything in timelines, then continuous exercise and coordinations. So once we start sharing the documents based on his requirement, then we need to coordinate everything for that. Authenticity of information shared. So whatever we share, we must be very clear, and we must be very open with the authenticity of information, because many times the information shared may not be authenticated or may not be proper. So that is the sole responsibility of the IP to provide authenticated data to the registered value. Collate all information required. So for providing the data to the valuer, we ourselves needs to collate all the information required, and after that we needs to provide that. So again, there was a very, very, very good amendment in dated 14 Jan 2022 in CIRP regulations, wherein regulation 4.3, all the creditors, either financial creditor or operational creditor, here the word is creditor, not only financial but creditor, shall provide to IP or IRP as the case may be, the information in respect of assets and liabilities of the corporate debtor from the last valuation report, stock statement, receivables, inspection reports, audit reports, stock audit reports, title search, technical officer reports, bank account statements, and such other informations which shall assist IP or RP in preparing the information memorandum, getting valuations determined, and in conducting the CIRP. Earlier, before this amendment, we were not bound to ask certain things to our creditors. Say, suppose bank. Though if a company is being in CIRP and the COC has financial creditors, so of course COC are bound to provide that. But all other creditors also, say suppose one is in COC and one is unsecured creditor, but it is a financial creditor but unsecured creditors. So for that reasons, we could ask them also if they are having any assets and liability statements or last valuation reports, कि अगर last कोई valuations आपने कराई है या कोई stock statements available है, receivables है. So all these could be asked to the creditors by the IP. So my one question is whether we are required to ask to auditors of the company also for the financials and data. Can we ask that?
Please repeat.
Whether we are required
to
we should ask everyone actually. Why not? Right. Wherever information can come, ask everyone.
Yes, yes. So what we could do is that we could email every related person, stakeholders, concerned persons with whom corporate data has carried out the transactions for the data availability. Every person. So yes, for auditors also, we need to mail them that kindly provide us the data or the ERP data or any tally data so that we could carry out all the exercises required for CRP processes. Perfectly said. So earlier we were not asking to creditors and all, and they were not providing us also. So suppose many times it happens is in certain cases the company is in CIRP and the financial creditors, our COC members are in fact they are also not providing the data certain times. So it's really very tedious job. So after this amendment, at least they are bound to provide the data and they are cooperating. So this is for that. So we
If they
need to
don't
ask.
provide, if they don't provide, it's their loss only, end of the day. So earlier also,
Yeah.
if we convey them properly, they used to. It's not that RP is any which way a independent person, right? A non-interested party, supposedly. So COC is an interested party. Why will they not provide data? But yes, as
Many
you
times
rightly
it
said, with the
happens.
amendments, they should provide. Again, it is
They
only
should provide.
should. So there is no must. So end of
Yeah.
the day, situation is not changed a lot, but fair enough. I think. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah. Perfectly said, Mr. Ranaji. So yeah, but this is really a challenge for availability of data in our CRP cost. Though every concerned persons, but at least we could code the section now and we could ask that based on this section you need to code. So they are providing. So this is what the amendment is. So now below is the list, that is an inclusive list, not exhaustive list. These are the basic documents that we are required to ask from the, we are required to provide to the valuers, that is memorandum of articles and associations. Then annual reports for past 3 years. Then audited provisional financial statements as on CRP liquidation date. That is the real task. जिस दिन CRP डेट होती है उस दिन के financial statements available कराना is the most tedious task that really IP faces a challenge for. So this is the main important part. Then brief profile, then past project reports, valuation reports, earlier issued valuation reports, TV reports, and many more. Secretary compliances, documents, including ROC and all. This could be, you could all majorly could be get from ROC searches and data that is available with corporate data. But the main data that is financial statements as on CRP date, this is a real challenge that we need to do. And any other data that could be made available. Any questions regarding this? I guess we need to have 5 minutes break. Okay. We'll continue with 5 minutes break. Is that okay, Ms. Anjali?
Sure, ma'am. We can take break.
Yeah. Okay. So 5 minutes break. So yes, hello everyone once again. So,
Hello,
so
madam.
there was a very short break of 5 minutes. So yes, we could proceed with. So here again, no one has asked me one question, but I am going to ask you one very reliable question based on my experience. Many times, this is regarding registered values. So registered values normally ask for the financials as on CRP date, right? But what the thing is that IP upfrontly tell that we are not having data, and you just prepare the data based on the latest financials available that has already been shared. So in that case, what the registered value could do in his report, in or her report? Whether he could carry out the valuation, first my question is, and if he carries out, then what he can write in his report regarding the same.
You cannot
Valuation
carry out-
report is to be submitted as on the date of CIRP.
What if they are not made available? What if they are not made available? Many times it would happen is that the data is not available with IP and we are time bound and we need to provide valuations also. In that case, what can be done? IP has told that we are not having financials and it is really very difficult. No one is cooperating. We have filed an application for non-cooperation also in NCLT. By the time the case is going on, we need to file, we need to have an valuation. So majorly many times IP tell that kindly provide the valuations based on the latest financial available. Say suppose for example, my company went into insolvency as on 30th June 2022. Okay. And the latest financials that were available was 31st March 2021. So what will you do in that case? Being an IP and being a registered value.
Yeah, that particular date only we can give, and we will disclose that say IP has provided the data of a past period only, and he could not provide the latest data. Accordingly, the valuation is done.
So can you do that, being registered value?
Because there is no other option.
Many times value can back off also. No, as the mandatory requirement of financials as on CRP date is not made available, I am not going to do the valuations. In that case, what would we do?
Something
Being
is
value,
better
are you
than
right
no-
or wrong?
Something is better than nothing, na madam, because we have to get the latest, but it's not available. Whatever is the latest available, we are going to value on that day.
Perfect. So this is again, many new values have a questions majorly that what we need to do, ma'am, in that case. So yes, of course, based on latest financials available, you need to carry out the valuations. But the thing is that you need to add disclosures, limitations, and caveats that has perfectly told by Preeti Garg, that you need to write that the financials as on mandatory requirement is as on CRP date. But as that financials has not been made available to us, the latest financial available to us, the valuation has been derived on that date. We need to clearly state that. Perfect. So in that case, what would be your valuation date?
The latest available information date.
Again, there is a twist. Now, what would be the valuation date? Valuation date would be 31st March 2021 or 30th June 2022.
No, whichever is available data, the date is on the.
But valuation date must always be CIRP date.
But CRP
Valuation date. I am
So
not
that-
asking about valuation report date. The valuation report date could be current. What
No,
would be my valuation date?
valuation report can be after 1-2 years also, but the valuation of assets as on 31st March or latest available information data. If you have available 31st March 2022, we will say that valuation is on 31st March 22, but valuation done after 1 year or 2 years.
Sir, that is of no use in CIRP.
This is again a twist. So again, valuations date must be compulsorily be CIRP date. We could just write in disclosures that as the same has not been made available as on 30th June, we have considered the financials latest available as on 30th March 2022. However, my valuation date would be CIRP date only.
Some assets must have sold, some must have added. So we don't know. We don't know the information after the available data.
So that we could write in
Yes.
our report if that details has been made available based on. So we are already writing date now. We are already writing in our caveats and disclosures, because this is what the challenges we face in valuations also. So this is what the challenges have been faced. Can you estimate after date of financials available? CRP commencement date rightly said. You need to be report. The report needs to get issued as on CRP date only. Kindly consider my words. Okay.
Madam,
Can
one
you
minute.
estimate?
1 minute.
Sorry.
Say in the case of say bank and cash balances, at least in bank balance, say the RP can certain the bank balances has on a particular CIP date from the bank statement, and he can provide it to the register valuer. But whereas in the case of cash, probably it may not be possible because so many changes might have taken place. And in the case of debtors, anyway, it is very difficult. Say, unless it is reconciled and say, and without the availability of books, IP cannot provide the data to the RBI. But in the case of bank balances, at least, it is possible. As on the previous date, also, he can ascertain.
No, that I perfectly agree. What I am asking is, what I have told is that financials are not made available. Bank statement as on CRP date is utmost compulsory. Without it, you can never do valuations. आपको bank statement तो चाहिए ही चाहिए. Well, in that case, if certain times that RP said that they are also not available, then that is a real challenge for valuers. Because bank statements तो आपको चाहिए, bank balances and bank statements, because what we could do is that if the financials after 31/3/2022 has not been filed, that means the company is not working properly. Financials available नहीं है तो bank transactions में majorly ज़्यादा हुए नहीं होते हैं. What you could there judge is कि कितना पैसा आया है, so that you could go for bank statements. So that is why we are asking for 3 valuations ना. आपकी कभी भी IBC की जो valuation reports होती है, wherein you are having 3 values: book value, fair value, and liquidation value. So these 3 values needs to be right. So book values, what are made available, fair value as on date, whatever is available with you based on that, and what is realizable value, that based on the confirmations and everything, your exercise is realizable values considered. So this is what we do actually. So yes, rightly said, Prasadji and Niranjanji, we shall go ahead. So I guess, yes. Yes, Preeti Garg. Any questions?
Actually, according to me, just like in other valuations, we take the audited balance sheet or the figures available, we go for the estimate for the remaining period.
How you will derive estimates? Being valuer or being insolvency professional? What are you? You are being represented.
Being valuer.
Being valuer. So based on what? How you estimates the value?
See, this we can go for with the past trend. So there will be no such operations like after the valuation date, whatever something will be available in the data. It's not that there will be no figures and nothing. And some sales will be there, definitely. Some invoices will be there. And some agreements will be there, I think.
I really have certain things to ask for that. Based on estimations, it's really very difficult to judge. We need to be very clear with our valuations. क्योंकि एक बार अगर आपने estimation के basis पे valuation ज़्यादा दे दिया और in case वो recoverable नहीं हुआ, so वो बहुत problem करेगा.
सारा नहीं देना है मैम. From the CIR, from the date of the balance sheets and all other available till the CIRP date.
So that exercise you are carrying out everything.
I think we should carry this because we cannot shift the CIRP commencement date, and if right. I am that as the valuation date, I cannot take figures of any other date.
Yes, for that also, but you required a cooperation from IRP. So if that is available, of course you could go. So that is what we derive the fair value is. So this is what we could do is that agar valuations as on related financials जो है वो अवेलेबल नहीं है, तो वहां तक पहुंचने के लिए आपको कुछ एक्सरसाइज करनी पड़ेगी। बैंक स्टेटमेंट्स मेजरली आपके पास अवेलेबल होते हैं, तो वहां से आपको काफी आइडिया आ जाएगा कि क्या क्या ट्रांजेक्शन्स मेजरली हुए हैं, और उसके बेसिस पे ऑफकोर्स आपको एक प्रोफेशनल जजमेंट और एक आपका प्रोफेशनल स्केप्टिज्म रखना ही पड़ेगा वैल्यूएशंस के लिए। But based on estimations that I really don't understand, you need to be very clear with what you are giving in valuations. So yes, everyone has different perspective for that. That is the beauty of valuations. Okay.
Madam,
So
one
now
small
once,
question.
yes,
Madam, on the liquidation, we have to provide realization value only. Correct?
हाँ.
And in that, suppose say the latest balance sheet is showing input tax credit of some amount. Here the liquidator has to certify that input tax credit, or how will value that input tax credit of that amount, GST input tax credit.
Okay. So you are asking me, let me repeat your question. So the company is in liquidation and there is certain, say, suppose amount of ₹1,000 of input tax credit in corporate debtors account. So now that for that is again a very crucial point, because again, if there is an input tax credit, there may certain things happens wherein GST has certain demands also. If you are having certain demands, demand letters, or there is certain demand of GST, then that needs to get adjusted based on that. So what you could do is, in that case, is IP needs to certify or valuations? What your question was?
My question is how to value that input tax credit. Is it the means proof of certification? Means they have to provide, we have to get it from liquidator, or from the GST portal, or how we'll value that? Because that is in the liquidation, company is no more, they are going to be closed, and value wise input tax credit is there, very, very big amount. So definitely
Very big
GST
amount.
will not refund, department will not refund that money. Can we take a zero value? That is my question here.
Majorly, they are taken as zero only because there are very big challenges. Statutory requirements, statutory authorities, certainly once the company went to a liquidation or in CIRP, they are not providing certain funds. They majorly what they do is they adjust the funds against their demands and liabilities. So that what we could do here is that we need to assess the GST website, wherein we need to see whether there are any demands, whether there are any things, or you could appoint GST professional also, wherein he could go to the assessing officer of GST department and could ask for the input tax credit, and what are the further actions, course of actions is needs to be taken, and based on that, certainly in certain cases that yes, 20% could be maybe recovered. That is the skepticism that insolvency professional could take कि इसमें से शायद 20% आ जाएगा क्योंकि मेरा तो 10% तो ये फी चला गया, ये चला गया उसके हिसाब से. So this is what how valuation is, but majorly it is always zero in liquidation. But however, considering the nature of the transaction and the amount.
Madam, I understand that in the case of export units, the amount is refundable.
Refundable, but what I'm telling is refundable, but they don't give that much refund easily. They also again analyze every transactions. They ask for the demand. Certain demand notices would be issued, and they set off that demands. That really happens. You
So
could never understand.
We have to meet the sales tax office, I mean GST offices, and find out what the
yes,
amount
this is what I'm
receivable and
telling.
what is the demand, etc. Finally,
This is what I'm telling is
realizable
for that you need to hire a consultant also.
Yes.
So for that, cost also needs to get considered, demands also needs to get considered, and after considering all that, I could have a judgment case 20% may be recoverable. That is again maybe. So this is what you could tell and you could make understand to R, and based on his judgment, he could then have a liquidation value.
In such a case, is it the responsibility of the RV to ascertain such realizable amount, or the responsibility of the IP to ascertain what is the realizable value?
Here they are like husband and wives. Both need to be on same page. अगर मैं बोल रही हूँ कि नहीं मुझे तो लगता है कि 50% रियलाइजेबल है और मैं रिपोर्ट दे दूं, सो दैट इज नॉट द केस ना. देन बीइंग आईपी आल्सो आई नीड टू मेड हिम अंडरस्टैंड कि देखिए भाई ये चीजें है, ये चीजें, इसका ये प्रूफ है, इसका ये प्रूफ है, उसके बाद में जाके आपको कन्विंस कर रही हूँ. एंड आफ्टर दैट वैल्यू, आफ्टर गेटिंग कन्विंस्ड, ही विल certainly issue the report. So this is how the valuation is carried out. Everything needs to be on page. हर चीज का आपको proof लेना पड़ेगा, मेल में लेना पड़ेगा. Being valuer, this is what I could tell is to safeguard yourself. कुछ भी हो आपको मेल में सब कुछ लेना है for each and every transactions, whatever RP is telling. Yes, Maheshwara ji.
Madam, because it's a realization value, definitely GST department will not refund. Maybe it's possible for a liquidator company as a whole, if I transfer to somebody else or sale I done, then only possible by the new buyer can use. But normally liquidation means it's a dissolve only, it's final stage. So in that case, GST, whatever may be the high value, we can blindly consider as zero, or even the RP says or liquidator says there are no value we can receive from the departments. Particularly government departments, definitely we do not receive anything from them. Either we have to pay or write off. Isn't it? So that's my.
Yes, is it? These are the cases that really happens. We normally consider zero value.
Yes. Thank you very much.
So now once the this exercise carries out of sharing all the documents and everything, now what the valuer needs to understand. So planning the valuation process. Now once I started getting all the documents, I will collate all the documents, and based on my requirement, I will start working on valuations. So I would just plan every process. So review of appointment letter. It is really very crucial and critical to understand the appointment letter. Being registered valuer, it is your duty also, being bounded by IBBI, that what is the applicable regulation. Say suppose that appointment has been shared by the insolvency professional, but the section has not been quoted. Section 27 as per CIRP has not been quoted. So that is not a valid appointment. So for that, you need to be very clear with the purposes and applicable regulations. So what the purpose could be? Purpose is that you have been appointed for SFA class of assets under this section. You need to be very clear. Now here again, one more twisted question is, what about inventories? It is the duty of SFA valuer.
Now it is decided that it is to be done by the SFA valuer only.
It has been decided.
Decided by IBBI that inventory is to be valued by the SFA valuer.
Any more suggestions or any more thoughts? Is it so? I would certainly say.
Madam, one point
Yes.
this side. See, there are 3 types of categories in the valuation: plant and machinery and land and buildings, which are out of our scope. And balance any asset has to be valued by SFA. In that way, inventory supposed to be with SFA valuer, because it is neither a plant and machinery nor a land and building. Because there
Okay, so now, yes, I understand perfectly. You and Siva Prasad ji are on same page. What you both are telling is that inventory is again a scope for SFA valuer only. I would just argue by this statement that once, say suppose that CRP was in 31st March, 30 June 2022. At that time, my goods were, say suppose pipes. ठीक है, उस टाइम पे इन्वेंट्रीज मेरा अच्छा होगा. आज की डेट में अगर मैं वैल्यूएशन कर रही हूँ तो वो पाइप्स की वैल्यू डिटोरिएट करेगी. अब बीइंग एसएफए वैल्यूअर्स, वो क्वालिटी क्या है, उसका रियलाइजेबल वैल्यू क्या है, आप कैसे रियलाइज कर सकते हैं? अनलेस अंटिल यू आर नॉट हैविंग दैट टेक्निकल नॉलेज दैट पीएनएम वैल्यू रिक्वायर्स, आप नहीं कर सकते.
So in that case, experts in the particular field.
Yes, that is what I am telling. That is what I am telling. That it is not every time happens is कि inventories आप ही को करना है being SFA values. This is not the case. In certain cases, first of all, what we understand is being a registered valuer कि आपकी inventories क्या है, आपका जो business था वो क्या था और आपकी inventories क्या है. अगर वो इन्वेंट्रीज अगर टेक्निकल पार्ट पे आ जाती है तो आपके एंगेजमेंट में आपको बहुत क्लियरली लिखना है कि इन्वेंट्रीज वुड बी out of scope in my valuations, or it could be based on the reports given by technical expert, related technical expert. That needs to be very clear. आप खुद से अपना valuation 0 नहीं दे सकते.
And as you rightly said, SFA can only count things which are non-degradable or non-perishable or not deteriorating in
On paper.
with time. Correct. So it's only counting of ABC they can do. Rest have to be done by other values.
Yes. So
here I will have one point.
Yes.
Inventory counting, physical inventory counting is responsibility of valuer.
As per law
Because
it is.
there must be a report from the management or from IP side, there must be a valuation. In that way we'll go, or we have to make a physical conduct of that inventory and take that quantities and then valuation based on the invoices or something. Very small clarification required. And also if physical inventory is there, our inspection, verification also must. That we can do, but overall we can do, but we cannot go by count one by one, and there is no, is there any provision or rule for that?
When we are certifying, it is our duty.
See, what happens is really, majorly when the company is in CIRP, already 2 years have been passed. You never know actually there would be inventories or not. Majorly at times, many times, I could say around 80 to 90%, IRP or RP firmly tells that there is no inventories, and based on his statement, we firmly tells that yes, the inventories as being represented by management and IRP, the inventory valuation is 0. In case if there is a valuation, if there is an inventory available based on the certificate, management certificate or IRP certificate, in that case your exercise starts. You need to have physically verified, and where you understand that this is not my part. So you could just at that time only, at the time of appointment only, you need to be very clear with the IRP, that IRP or RP, whether there is a valuations of inventories also. Because if there are shares and certain things that we could do easily, but that is not the subject, that is not my expertise. How could I value that? So that needs to be very clear in my engagement. And yes, in that cases where inventories are available, you need to do physical inspection, and wherein you could understand that this can't be valued by me due to technical expertise. You could purely ask to IP to get technical expert done. Valuations done from technical expert.
Madam, if no physical inventory is available, physical verification of RP is not required, because as per
Yes, no.
regulations, it says that you have to physically verify the assets of the CD.
Yes. So अगर मेरे पास assets, अगर मुझे clearly बोला जा रहा है कि नहीं है मैडम, assets नहीं है, तो मैं जाकर किसको asset physical verify करूँगी?
Yes, for SFA valuers, when there is no inventory, no need for any
You need not to go.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Very clear. लेकिन लैंड एंड बिल्डिंग है, पीएनएम है, उनको जाना ही है, उनको फिजिकल विजिट लेना ही है. अगर मेरे केस में अगर इन्वेंट्रीज में वैल्यू कर रही हूँ जो नॉन पेरिशेबल है और जिसकी वैल्यू डिग्रेड नहीं हुई और मुझे सब प्रॉपर लग रहा है बेस्ड ऑन द फोटोज, हम पहले फोटोज मंगा सकते हैं कि हाँ ठीक है चलो है. सो इन दैट केसेस आपको फिजिकली वेरीफाई करना है. वेरी क्लियर.
Yes. Okay.
So this is again very important part. इन्वेंट्रीज का जब भी वैल्यूएशन असाइनमेंट आता है, मेरे पास भी आता है, इन्वेंट्रीज है कितनी है क्या है, उसके बेसिस पे ही आप कोट करें और उसके बेसिस पे ही आप एंगेजमेंट भी साइन करें. That is really important because certain times you never know what could happen in inventories basically. बाकी सब तो आपका ऑन पेपर होता है. So now planning of the valuation process is done. Then review of appointment letter. आपको आपका appointment letter बहुत अच्छे से review करना है. You need to do very properly. That is applicable regulations and purposes. So again I am repeating, आपको आपके appointments में 3 चीजें foremost देखनी है. आपके applicable regulations, purposes, then relationship disclosures आपको sign करने हैं. NDA clause आपका sign होना चाहिए. उसके बाद ही आपका appointment complete होगा. देन आते हैं अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ असेट्स, जो मैंने आपको बोला कि आपको सारे असेट्स को अंडरस्टैंड करना है प्रॉपर वे में. अंडरस्टैंडिंग की इंफॉर्मेशंस एंड लिमिटेशंस, जितनी भी आपकी लिमिटेशंस होती है वो आपको एट दैट टाइम ओनली कंसिडर करनी है। सपोज कॉर्पोरेट डेटर्स है तो कॉर्पोरेशन मिल रहा है, नहीं मिल रहा है, डेटा अवेलेबल हो पा रहा है, नहीं हो पा रहा है। सीओसी एंड अदर स्टेक होल्डर्स का भी कॉर्पोरेशन है कि नहीं है, सीओसी कौन कौन है, कितने लोन्स है, क्या चार्ज है, क्या प्रॉपर्टीज है, क्या मॉर्गेजेस है। Then date of valuations, of course, that is again CIRP date. Limitations on physical inspection, data availability, physical inspection, as rightly told by Maheshwara ji, कि physical inspection हमें जाना है. Of course, अगर inventories है तो जाना है, अगर inventories है ही नहीं तो क्यों जाना है? So now see, gathering the background information and submission of information requirement, and based on this preliminary, sorry. So based on this, this is a physical initial preliminary exercise that valuer do based on the financial availables with them, and then फिर उसके बाद वो लोग क्या करते हैं, बैकग्राउंड इंफॉर्मेशंस और इंफॉर्मेशन रिक्वायरमेंट्स वो सबमिट करते हैं। उसके बाद जो जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स एंड जो जो डेटा उन्हें अवेलेबल हो पा रहा है उसका ड्यू डिलिजेंस करना होता है वैल्यूज को प्रॉपर वे में। काफी बार ये होता है कि सबसे चैलेंजिंग टास्क होता है टॉरेंट का डिपॉजिट्स। टॉरेंट तो चलो गुजरात में चलता है, एवरीवेयर इलेक्ट्रिसिटी डिपॉजिट्स है, रैंड डिपॉजिट्स है, तो उन सब का क्या स्टेटस है, कोई कोर्ट में केस चल रहा है नहीं चल रहा है, वो पर्टिकुलर केस की कितनी रिकवरी हो सकती है, मेरे लोन्स एंड एडवांसेस के अगेंस्ट हमने जो केसेस किए हैं उसकी कितनी रिकवरी हो सकती है, हमें सारे कंफर्मेशंस या मेल प्रोवाइड करने हैं। सो ये सारी एक्सरसाइजेस हमें करनी है, सारे इन्वेस्टिगेशंस हमें करने हैं, सब कुछ सफिशिएंट एविडेंसेस आपको, एवरीथिंग नीड्स टू बी ऑन मेल। काइंडली अंडरस्टैंड बीइंग रजिस्टर्ड वैल्यूअर, अगर बीइंग इन ट्रू फेथ और बीइंग ट्रू फेथ और बीइंग प्रोफेशनल्स, अगर आपको फोन पे बोल दिया गया है कि नहीं मैडम ये अवेलेबल नहीं है, आप ये रिपोर्ट दे दीजिए, प्लीज नेवर डू डेट और नेवर डू दैट। You need to have a formal mail, ask them what is the status of these, what is the status of these. Kindly get a formal mail from IRP or the management. Majorly IRP or RP provides you the data. If he clearly tells that this data is not available, this is not available, and based on that only you could write in your report, else never go verbally. Because recently there were many cases wherein IBB have issued inspection against the valuers also. So kindly beware for all such things. Then suffice evidences, professional judgments, then information supplied by the party other than registered valuer, check information. This is for the inventories part. अगर आप inventories का करवा रहे हो तो आपका जो expert, technical expert का जो report है उसको ध्यान में रखकर आपको report देना है। ओके, सो फिर डॉक्यूमेंट और सारी चीजों का डॉक्यूमेंटेशन होना है। डॉक्यूमेंटेशन इज नीड नॉट नेसेसरी कि आपको फिजिकल से आप करना है, आप अपना एक फोल्डर बना के अच्छे से सब कुछ सेव करें, सारे मेल्स भी सेव करके रख दें। यू नेवर नो कि कब क्या आपसे रिक्वायरमेंट आ सकता है। डिटर्मिनेशन ऑफ वैल्यूएशन पैरामीटर्स, फिर आप डिटरमाइन करते हैं कि हमें कौन सी मेथड यूज करनी है, क्या करनी है, जो हम अभी आगे पढ़ने वाले के कौन सी मेथड्स होती है, कैसे आप वैल्यूएशंस को कैरी आउट करेंगे। कैविएट्स, then limitations and disclaimers of course आपको जो डालने होते हैं। arriving at first stage valuations, based on all such exercises आपका एक first stage of valuations ready हो जाता है, wherein you are required to share draft to IRP, so that ऐसा नहीं है कि बस without due diligence and all फटाफट आपने valuation शेयर कर दिया, वो चीज आप कभी ना करें। आप जो भी शेयर करें वो प्रॉपर वे में करें और ड्राफ्ट इस तरह से शेयर करें कि बाद में उसमें चेंजेस मेजरली ना आए। अगर वो चेंजेस आते भी है तो फर्दर बेस्ड ऑन इंफॉर्मेशन एंड फर्दर बेस्ड ऑन क्लैरिफिकेशंस फ्रॉम आईपी और आईआरपी आए, एल्स ना आए। आपकी इसमें गलती या मिस्टेक्स या कैलकुलेशंस नहीं होनी चाहिए। Evaluating the valuations right for secondary evidences and empirical testing. So एक बार मैंने रिपोर्ट इश्यू कर दी, मेरे हिसाब से 100 आया, लेकिन आईआरपी ने बोला कि नहीं या तो ये 150 है या तो ये 75 है, तो यू नीड टू आस्क फॉर द सर्टेन मोर क्लैरिफिकेशंस कि मुझे ये आप प्रोवाइड करें। बेस्ड ऑन डेट इफ दैट थिंग्स हैव बीन प्रोवाइडेड टू यू एंड देन यू कुड इश्यू द फाइनल रिपोर्ट। देन ड्राफ्ट वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट्स आप प्रोवाइड करेंगे एंड देन फाइनलाइज करना है आपको। कंप्लीटनेस और एक्यूरेसी, रिपोर्ट्स के अंदर भी आपको काफी सारी चीजें मेंशन करनी होती है तो वो आपकी प्रॉपर होनी चाहिए। एनी क्वेश्चंस रिगार्डिंग दिस valuation processes? So I guess here everyone is very clear. Okay. Now determinations. Okay. So अब चलो सब documents आ गए हैं, everything is made available to me. What was be required for my valuation exercise. Now, two major things that needs to be mentioned in our report is basis of valuations and premises of valuations. कि मेरा base क्या है valuation derive करने का, किस basis पे मैं valuation derive कर रही हूँ. As I already told earlier कि under IBC आपको fair value and liquidation value देना है, right? सो फेयर वैल्यू के लिए आप बेसिस रखते हैं, लिक्विडेशन के लिए वैल्यू बेसिस रखते हैं. सो अभी आपके जो होते हैं मेजरली वैल्यू, यहाँ पे अगर फेयर वैल्यू की बात करें तो फेयर वैल्यू इज ऑलवेज ऑर्डरली ट्रांजेक्शन. ऑर्डरली ट्रांजेक्शन मतलब क्या होता है यहाँ पर कि मुझे बेचना भी है और सामने वाले को लेना भी है, तब वो फेयर वैल्यू आती है. सो फेयर वैल्यू में क्या होता है कि यहाँ पे बायसनेस नहीं होती है, यहाँ पे फोर्सफुली कोई ट्रांजेक्शन हो रहा है, उसको फेयर वैल्यू बोलते हैं. कि मार्केट में जो रेट चल रहा है इन्हें बेचना है और मुझे लेना है, सर्टेन जो भी हमारे एक्सपेंसेस होते हैं उसको कंसिडर करने के बाद ये मेरा फेयर वैल्यू आ रहा है. सो फेयर वैल्यू इज अ प्राइस दैट वुड रिसीव to sell an assets or paid to transfer a liability in an orderly transactions between market participants at the valuation date. So वो एक तो orderly transactions है और market participants है, मतलब willing to sell and willing to buy दोनों है and valuation date पे है. So हमारे cases में as we are discussing about IBC cases, valuation date would always be CIRP date that can't be changed anyhow. ठीक है. सो वैल्यूएशन डेट आपका हमेशा सीआरपी डेट रहेगा. मार्केट पार्टिसिपेंट्स मींस क्या, जो इंडिपेंडेंट है, जो नॉलेजेबल है और जो विलिंग है. यहाँ पे विलिंग वर्ड पे बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्रेस किया गया है क्योंकि जब भी कंपनी सीआरपी में आता है तो वो फोर्सफुल सेल का ज्यादा वेटेज आ जाता है. सो अभी हम फेयर वैल्यू की बात करें तो फेयर वैल्यू में एक्चुअल में अगर ये सीआईआरपी में नहीं होती, इसकी फेयर वैल्यू क्या है हमें वो डिराइव करनी. तो वो ऑर्डरली ट्रांजेक्शन.
In case of liquidation commencement date, correct, madam? In case of liquidation valuation, liquidation commencement date is supposed to be taken, not insolvency commencement.
Yes. At that time I was telling about CIRP. So for that insolvency commencement date, and at the time of liquidation commencement. Yes. Okay. So orderly transactions, market participants, and valuation.
In the case of valuation, in the case of liquidation, do we have to show all the three values, book value, paid value, and the liquidation value, or liquidation value is sufficient?
No, only realization.
No. What practices is mainly realization value, but however, book value and fair values are being given by values.
Okay.
But what RP considered is, RP or liquidator considered is realizable value, of course. Okay. So this is what the fair value. So price, orderly transactions, market participants at valuation date. Valuation date can be liquidation date and insolvency commencement. Liquidation commencement date. Now, participant specific value. Here what happens is कि particularly मेरा एक पूरा business है, उसका जो particular एक यूनिट का जो वैल्यू है उसी का हम बात कर रहे हैं. सो पार्टिसिपेंट स्पेसिफिक वैल्यू, सामने वाला बंदा जो है वो पर्टिकुलर असेट्स और लायबिलिटीज के एडवांटेजेस के बेसिस पे ही उसको वैल्यू करेगा, तो वो पार्टिसिपेंट स्पेसिफिक वैल्यू कि मुझे तो इसमें इंटरेस्ट है और मुझे सिर्फ पर्टिकुलरली इस पोर्शन का ही वैल्यूएशन चाहिए, तो वो पार्टिसिपेंट स्पेसिफिक वैल्यूएशन होता है. Sorry. So participant specific value is an estimated value of an asset or liability considering specific advantage or disadvantage of either of the owner or identified acquired or identified participants. Then आते हैं liquidation value पे. Liquidation value is the amount that will be realized on the sale of an assets or group of assets when an actual and hypothecation termination of business is contemplated assumed. So जब हम insolvency में आ जाते हैं, so major हम liquidation value पे चले जाते हैं. So these are the basis of the valuations that are required to be in valuation report. So being insolvency professional, आपका first case है और first valuation report आया है आपके पास, तो आपको क्या क्या चीजें देखनी है, आपका अपॉइंटमेंट प्रॉपर है कि नहीं है, आपने अपॉइंटमेंट प्रॉपर किया कि नहीं किया, सारे डिस्क्लोजर्स, एनडीएस, रिलेशनशिप्स आपने ठीक से किए नहीं किए। और जब आपके हाथ में वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट आता है तो 5 to 6 चीजें ऐसी होती है जो आपको प्रॉपरली चेक करना है। तो पर्पस है, एक आपका डेट है, एक आपका बेसिस है, और एक आपका प्रीमाइस, और एक मेथड है। ये कुछ चीजें होती है जो आपको देखनी है। काफी बार ये होता है कि वैल्यूज को भी पता नहीं होता है या कुछ मिस आउट हो जाता है, सो वो आप आपके हिसाब से उन्हें बोल सकते हैं कि ये मिस आउट है, ये आप डालिए प्लीज। सो दिस इज व्हाट we need to have a certain knowledge for valuations also, being insolvency professional. So that was the basis of premises. So majorly अगर मैं बात करती हूँ हमारे इंसॉल्वेंसीज की बात अगर मैं करती हूँ, सो हमारा बेस क्या रहेगा इन तीनों में से? ये तो मैंने पूछा ही नहीं, हमारा बेस क्या रहेगा? जब मेरी कंपनी इंसॉल्वेंसी में आती है और जब मेरी कंपनी लिक्विडेशन में आती है, तो ऑफ कोर्स माय बेसिस ऑफ वैल्यूएशंस वुड बी ऑलवेज लिक्विडेशन वैल्यू। सो वैल्यूएशन, वैल्यू की रिपोर्ट में जो बेसिस ऑफ वैल्यूएशन होगा वो हमेशा लिक्विडेशन वैल्यू। ओके, आते हैं प्रीमाइसेस ऑफ वैल्यू पे। सो प्रीमाइस ऑफ वैल्यू रिफर्स टू ए कंडीशंस एंड सर्कमस्टांसेस हाउ इट्स बीइंग डिप्लॉयड। सम कॉमन प्रीमाइसेस आर हाबू. Habu is highest and best use. This is basically for non-financial assets, considering the use of assets that is physically possible, legally permissible, and financially feasible. So non-financial assets अगर है तो उसके लिए हमारा premise क्या हो जाएगा? Habu. Going concern कब होता है? जब हम expect करते हैं कि कंपनी चलेगी, लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए चलेगी, जो कि हमारे CRP और इंसॉल्वेंसी केसेस में काफी बार नहीं होते। एज इज वेयर इज बेसिस है कि जो है जैसा है अभी वैसा ही है और उसका मैक्सिमम और हाईएस्ट यूटिलाइजेशन नहीं होगा। सो उस केस में एज इज वेयर इज बेसिस होता है। ऑर्डरली लिक्विडेशन, orderly liquidation refers to a realizable value. So there is a difference between orderly liquidation and forced transactions. So orderly liquidation, so majorly CARP के अंदर हमारा जो premise होता है वो orderly liquidation का होता है, and orderly liquidation refers to the realizable value of an assets in the event of liquidation after allowing appropriate marketing efforts for a reasonable period to market the assets as on as is where is the basis. जो है जहां है जैसा है, लेकिन आज अगर मैं बात करती हूँ CIRP डेट की बात करती हूँ, तो जो है जैसा है वो CIRP डेट पे है, एज इज वेरियस बेसिस। लेकिन उसके अंदर जो मैंने मार्केटिंग एफर्ट्स डाले या जो टाइम वैल्यू ऑफ मनी है या जो करंट सिनेरियो, उसके बेसिस पे बाद में वो सब लेस करने के बाद जो मेरा वैल्यूएशन आ रहा है वो मेरा ऑर्डरली लिक्विडेशन वैल्यू आ रहा है। सो मेजरली हमारा प्रीमाइस जो होता है वो ऑर्डरली लिक्विडेशन होता है। अब जब वो भी नहीं हुआ उसके बाद फिर फोर्स ट्रांजेक्शन। Post transaction is the minimum transaction where a seller is under constraint to sell an assets without appropriate marketing efforts and efforts to market such assets. बस मुझे बेचनी ही है, कितना भी आए बस मुझे बेचना है. So in that case, post transaction. So these were the bases and premises of valuations. So this needs to be incorporated in valuations report, values report. Now आते हैं हमारे valuation approaches and methods. So हमारा अपॉइंटमेंट हो गया, हमारा वैल्यूएशन टेक्निक्स हमने देख ली कि प्रीमाइसेस होना है, वैल्यूएशन डेट क्या होना है, मेरा प्रीमाइस क्या होना है, बेस क्या होना है। अब मेरा मेथड बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, मेरा मेथड भी। सो द प्रिंसिपल नॉर्मली देयर आर 3 मेजर वैल्यूएशन मेथड्स दैट आर मार्केट अप्रोच, इनकम अप्रोच एंड कॉस्ट अप्रोच। सो अब यहाँ पर एक क्वेश्चन आता है, क्या इन केस दिस इज ओनली फॉर CIRP एंड लिक्विडेशन केसेस वैल्यूएशंस, काइंडली कंसीडर माय वर्ड्स। आप कोई और वैल्यूएशंस की अभी यहाँ पे ना सोचे। सो क्या मैं एक से ज्यादा मेथड को यूज कर सकती हूँ? माय क्वेश्चन इज, अगर मैं एज ए रजिस्टर्ड वैल्यूअर अपॉइंट हुई हूँ तो क्या मैं मार्केट अप्रोच, इनकम अप्रोच और कॉस्ट अप्रोच तीनों को यूज कर सकती हूँ?
Theoretically, yes.
सॉरी,
Theoretically, yes, but generally it is not needed. It is not practical.
इट इज नॉट प्रैक्टिकल, यस, बिकॉज यहाँ पे आपके पास इतने ऑप्शंस अवेलेबल ही नहीं होते हैं। अगर आप देते हो तो आप ज्यादा कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी आप खुद के लिए बना रहे हो, क्योंकि यहाँ पे आपके पास जो नेट एसेट होता है वो नेट एसेट का भी डिटेल अवेलेबल करवा पाना मुश्किल होता है। रही बात मार्केट की, तो एक बार कंपनी इंसॉल्वेंसी में आती है तो वो मार्केट अप्रोच में कंपेरेबल नहीं रहती है, तो आप वहां यूज नहीं कर पाते हैं। रही बात इनकम अप्रोच की, अगर कंपनी ऐसी है जो लॉन्ग टर्म में जाने वाली है, गोइंग कंसर्न रहने वाली है, वहां पर आपको इनकम अप्रोच देखना पड़ेगा। वहां पर फिर आपका कॉस्ट अप्रोच नहीं चलेगा। से सपोज कि आपकी CARP केसेस में है और आपको ऐसा लग रहा है कि रिजोल्यूशन प्लान अप्रूव हो जाएगा और कंपनी अभी भी गोइंग कंसर्न में चल रही है, तो इन दैट केस, और अभी भी सेल और सब हो रहा है, मैनेजमेंट भले नहीं है लेकिन आप भी पूरी कंपनी को एज इट इज संभाल रहे हैं, तो फिर इनकम अप्रोच भी आप कंसिडर कर सकते हैं। एंड एल्स अगर कुछ भी अवेलेबल नहीं हो पाता है तो कॉस्ट अप्रोच तो ऑफकोर्स आपके पास है।
But who
सो
will
म्यूचुअली
provide?
यहाँ पर हम
But who will provide the future projections of cash generations?
that is the
Practical
again
difficulty. Because the RBI
difficulty, 100%
he
difficulty.
cannot take the responsibility. And the world
बिल्कुल
management
लेकिन
may
अगर
not be
आपको
doing
बोला
same.
जा रहा है,
Yes.
if you have been told that yes, that the company is in going concern and we are having a very good turnover and we are expecting to this, and IIP is very confident that no we'll do this business though company is in insolvency, in that cases you need to do that. That perfectly depends on case to case basis. Majorly it happens in cost approaches, but certain times it could be income approach also. That is what I'm telling. So of course, if IP is ready to provide the data, then you need to value for that only. No? Here the management would be IP only. So based on his perspective, we need to value. Okay, then cost approach. Many times, at times, if you have heard, or I don't know if you have done or not done, you need to do intangible valuations also. If a company is in going concern and company is having very good turnover, by that intangibles. So many a times a company in insolvency or in I couldn't say in liquidation, company in insolvency needs required valuations for intangibles also, as on the date of CIRP. So at that time you need to consider all certain things. So yeah, and if we, so majorly as per IBC and as per rules and laws, it is advisable to do only one method for valuations. In case of confidence के नहीं ठीक है इतना ही value है इससे नहीं हो पाएगा, but in case if you provide the combinations of one or two, then you need to be very prescribed and very specific and very clear with whatever you are providing in the report. Yes, so now we'll go for valuation approaches and methods. So first of all, market approach. Market approach is what? Is the valuation approach that uses prices and other relevant information generated by market transactions involving identical or comparable assets, liquid liabilities, or group of assets and liabilities such as business. So here it is very clear. It is really very difficult to go for market approach for the companies in CIRP or liquidation, because once the company is in CIRP, it is not at all comparable with the active traded markets. So there are very least cases, or I guess very no chances for going for market approach in case of IBCs. So where the assets to be valued or comparable or identical assets to be traded in active market, there is a recent orderly transaction in the assets to be valued, and there are frequent or recent observable transactions, because here the main important role plays observable transactions. So वो observable transactions needs to be of a comparable नेचर. अगर वो नहीं हो पाएगा तो आप नहीं जा पाएंगे कभी भी, बिकॉज अगर आप कोई भी बेस रख रहे हैं तो उसको प्रूव करना आपको ही भारी पड़ेगा. So market approaches, there are total 3 methods in market approaches: comparable transactions multiple method, comparable companies multiple method, and market price method. This market approach is basically for going concern, having good turnover and having future perspective very good. So in that cases, market approach has been majorly used. Comparable transactions methods, transactions regarding what? Sales है मेरा, net profit है, उसका एक P आप एक मल्टीपल फैक्टर निकालते हो, फिर वो जो भी कंपैरेबल कंपनीज है इसके अंदर आप क्या करते हैं, मेरी कंपनी का बिजनेस नेचर ये है, इसकी मेरी कंपैरेबल्स ये हुई फ्रॉम एनी ऑफ द वेबसाइट्स, BSC, मनी कंट्रोल और ऑल अदर रेलेवेंट वेबसाइट्स. आपने डिसाइड कर लिया कि ये मेरी 5 कंपैरेबल कंपनीज है, उनका हमारा सेल्स कितना है, एबिटा कितना है, फिर एक आपका एक मल्टीपल डिराइव होता है, वो मल्टीपल को आप आपकी कंपनी के सेल्स के साथ या जो भी फैक्टर होता है उसके साथ मल्टीप्लाई करते हैं और फिर वो वैल्यू डिराइव होती है. So that is what comparable transactions multiple method. Same comparable companies multiple method. Companies के अंदर यहाँ पे हम particularly transactions में particularly हम sales या EBITDA की बात कर रहे हैं, यहाँ पे हम P की बात कर रहे हैं, price earning method है, EPS है, एंटरप्राइज वैल्यू मेथड है, तो यहाँ पे हम कंपनीज का मल्टीपल वैसे कंसिडर करें। मोरलेस बोथ आर ऑलमोस्ट सेम, बस जो आप फैक्टर ले रहे हो वो कौन सा ले रहे हो उससे वो डिराइव करेगा वो ट्रांजेक्शन मेथड है या कंपनीज मेथड है। एंड ऑफकोर्स मार्केट प्राइस मेथड, अगर आपकी कंपनी लिस्टेड है तो जो आरएससी में जो आपका प्राइस चल रहा है वो वेटेड ट्रेडिंग वॉल्यूम वेटेड एवरेज लेना है। इन केस आप दोनों में लिस्टेड हो, बीएससी में भी लिस्टेड हो, एनएससी में भी लिस्टेड हो, तो आप कौन सी प्राइस लेंगे? एनी आइडिया?
Where shares are traded more number.
Yes.
ट्रेडेड मोर नंबर, वो ट्रेडेड मोर नंबर क्या होता है?
Number of
उसका
volume.
आप जजमेंट कैसे लोगे?
Volume.
वॉल्यूम, राइट। सो मुझे देखना रहेगा कि लास्ट 240 डेज के अंदर मेरे टोटल कितने ट्रेडिंग हुआ है, एनएससी में इतना वॉल्यूम हुआ है, बीएससी में इतना वॉल्यूम हुआ है, उसके बेसिस पे मैं वो प्राइस कंसिडर करूंगी। ठीक है, आते हैं इनकम अप्रोच। दिस इज अगेन वेरी गुड एंड मोस्ट एक्सेप्टेबल अप्रोच इज रादर अदर देन आईबीसी केसेस। सो इनकम अप्रोच में आप मेजरली डिस्काउंटेड कैश फ्लो मेथड पे जाते हैं। यहाँ पे आप 5 साल के या 7 साल के फ्यूचर प्रोजेक्शंस बनाते हैं और उसके बेसिस पे आज की डेट वैल्यूएशन ड्राइव करते हैं। रिलीफ फ्रॉम रॉयल्टी मेथड, मल्टी पीरियड एक्सेस अर्निंग मेथड, विद और विदाउट मेथड, ये तीनों मेथड्स मेजरली आपके इंटेंजिबल वैल्यूएशंस के लिए काम आती है। सो there are mainly in income approach there are mainly 4 methods and this is be derived by that methods. Then आते हैं cost approach जो हमारे काम का है under IBC. So cost approach is approach that reflects the amount required to replace the service capacity of an asset. That is either it could be replacement cost or it could be reproduction cost. So replacement cost क्या होता है कि अगर मान लो कि ये कंपनी बनी है और इतने साल से ये काम कर रही है, अगर आज की तारीख में मैं पूरा सेटअप करती हूँ, पूरा काम करती हूँ, तो मुझे कितना खर्चा हो रहा है उतनी ही ये कंपनी में लेस सर्टेन डिग्रेशंस, मतलब आप डेप्रिसिएशन अमोर्टाइजेशन लेस करने के बाद जो वैल्यूएशन आएगा उसको कहते हैं आप रिप्लेसमेंट मेथड। रिप्रोडक्शन मेथड अगेन सेम थिंग कि ये ऑलरेडी एग्जिस्टिंग है और मैं अगर पूरा नया बना रही हूँ तो वो जो नया बनाने के लिए जो मेरा एडिशनल खर्चा हो रहा है उसको कंसिडर करने के बाद मेरा रिप्रोडक्शन कॉस्ट होता है। समेशन मेथड होती है, समेशन मेथड मेजरली इन्वेस्टमेंट कंपनीज में होती है जिसके अंडरलाइनिंग एसेट्स होते हैं, म्यूचुअल फंड्स है, इंश्योरेंस है, एक्चुअरियंस है, उन सब के केसेस में समेशन मेथड का यूज होता है। देन नेट एसेट मेथड जो मेजरली हमारी रिपोर्ट्स होती है आईबीसी के अंदर होती है, वो नेट एसेट्स वैल्यू के बेसिस पे होती है। नेट एसेट्स हम बेसिकली कैसे डिराइव करते हैं? बुक वैल्यू से। हमें एक बेस तो चाहिए ना वैल्यूएशन डिराइव करने के लिए, तो हम पहले सबसे पहले बुक्स को बेस रखते हैं। बुक्स के बेस के ऊपर हम फेयर वैल्यू निकालते हैं बेस्ड ऑन द डॉक्यूमेंट्स डेटा मेड अवेलेबल, और उसके बाद जो खर्चे होंगे या जो रियलाइज होगा हमारे हिसाब से उसके बेसिस पे प्रोबेबिलिटीज के हिसाब से हम उसकी लिक्विडेशन वैल्यू निकालते हैं। So majorly in CRP cases, valuations are derived at net asset value method. So yes, यहाँ पे मेरा theoretical part होता है। अब हम आते हैं कुछ क्वेश्चन आंसर सेशंस पे जो काफी कुछ शायद मैंने पूछ लिए हो, शायद ना भी पूछे हो। So let's see, let's start with certain practical aspects or practical issues that we normally faces at the time. Wait a minute. Okay, whether in liquidation fresh valuation should be obtained in case valuation exercise is already done in CIRP. So ये हम already discuss कर चुके हैं। क्या हमें CIRP में अगर valuations ले लिया है तो क्या liquidations में लेना है? हम already discuss कर चुके हैं। Still हमारी guidelines क्या बोलती है, मैं एक बार read कर लेती हूँ। As per regulations, liquidators shall consider the average. liquidator को क्या करना है? हमेशा average consider करना है। किसकी? जो दोनों रिपोर्ट्स है उसके एवरेजेस को कंसीडर करना है जो सीआरपी में ली थी। लेकिन अगर लिक्विडेटर इज ऑफ द ओपिनियन दैट फ्रेश वैल्यूएशन इज रिक्वायर्ड, ही शैल विद इन 7 days ऑफ लिक्विडेशन कमेंसमेंट डेट अपॉइंट 2 रजिस्टर्ड वैल्यूअर्स टू डिटरमाइन द रियलाइजेबल वैल्यू ऑफ द एसेट्स, राइट। सो ये कब है? से सपोज के मैं एज ए लिक्विडेटर अपॉइंट हुई और विद इन 7 days मुझे ये डिराइव कर लेना है कि जो वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट्स ये वो केस है जहां पर सीआरपी में लिक्विडेशन वैल्यूएशन हो चुके हैं। सो वैल्यूएशन हो चुके हैं, मैंने वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट देखी और मुझे लगा कि यार नहीं, अभी तो ये कंपनी को देखकर लगता नहीं कि इसका ये वैल्यूएशन है। सो उसी टाइम मुझे विद इन 7 days के अंदर मुझे 2 वैल्यूज को अपॉइंट कर देना है। द मैक्सिमम टाइमलाइन इज 30 days। ये कब? जब मैंने ऑलरेडी वैल्यूएशंस रिपोर्ट अवेलेबल है मेरे पास सीआईआरपी के बेसिस। CRP के टाइम की। अब वो केसेस जब मेरे पास CRP के केसेस की नहीं है, तो एट दैट टाइम माय टाइमलाइन वुड बी 75 days. Okay. Typically, for cases which has gone through the entire process of CRP for the full duration of CRP, it should be encouraged to get a fresh valuations, as by the time the company goes into liquidation, there may be a substantial change in the assets based conditions of the assets. Hence, it is recommended to carry out a fresh valuations on the date of liquidation commencement. Am I clear? So, यहाँ पे भी इंस्टीट्यूट का भी, हमारी गाइडलाइंस का भी, IBPI का भी यही बोलना है कि अगर आपने CRP में किया है, लेकिन आपका जो टाइम पीरियड हो रहा है वो बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्रेच हो रहा है और आपको लग रहा है कि सब्सटेंशियल चेंज है अमाउंट में, तो आपको फ्रेश वैल्यूएशन लेना ही रिकमेंडेड किया गया है। ठीक है, एनी क्वेश्चंस रिगार्डिंग दिस? किसी को कुछ पूछना है इसमें?
Madam, say we have already appointed the valuers in during CIRP period. Again, in liquidation, we have to, we are going to appoint the valuers. Then in that case, is it advisable to change them, or is it advisable to retain the same valuers? Is there any such guidelines, or it is over this question?
Yes, this is one of my question that you have already taken now. Okay, I will answer the same. Yes, it is advisable by the guidelines and practical issues and solutions provided by IBBI that in general practice, it is advisable to appoint two different values, not the same values. You need to appoint different values.
Okay.
Is IP supposed to review the valuation reports, or what precautions should an IP consider while accepting the valuation reports? That during the whole session, I have already told that what IP needs to consider for every aspect of valuations. उन्हें क्या-क्या consider करना है, क्या-क्या नहीं करना है. तो yes, of course, IP को तो पूरा report एक बार go through करके उन्हें भी पूरा precaution लेना ही है. So, IP should review the valuation reports to ensure that it comprehensively cover all the assets so that maximum value of assets of corporate debtors under CRP could be realized. Of course, IP को करना ही है. IP should ensure that all details pertaining to related party transactions are adequately captured in the valuation report. तो यहाँ पर again हम देखेंगे तो हमारी ऑडिट रिपोर्ट्स में भी रिलेटेड पार्टी बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले करती है. तो सेम इज द केस विद वैल्यूएशंस आल्सो. अगर कोई भी रिलेटेड पार्टी ट्रांजेक्शंस है तो वहां पे वो स्पेसिफिकली उस चीज पे ज्यादा इंश्योर करे कि वो चीज एक्चुअल में हो पाएगी कि नहीं हो पाएगी. IP should ensure that the valuation report follow the ICI internationally accepted valuation standards. This is again a very important step. जो भी रजिस्टर्ड वैल्यूअर की रिपोर्ट होती है उसमें ये क्लियरली मेंशन होना चाहिए कि ICAI के जो वैल्यूएशन स्टैंडर्ड्स है उसको हम कंप्लाई करके ये वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट दे रहे हैं. अगर ये नहीं लिखा है और ये रिपोर्ट चली गई है तो IP पे भी क्वेश्चनिंग हो सकता है कि आपने क्यों रिव्यू नहीं किया. सो IP को क्या क्या चीजें देखनी रहेगी? पर्पसेस, सेक्शंस, बेसिस, प्रीमाइसेस, स्टैंडर्ड, मेथड. सो ये सारी चीजें प्लीज एक बार आप देख लिया करें ये प्रॉपर्ली उन्होंने डाली है कि नहीं डाली. एंड ऑफ कोर्स वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट एंड वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट डेट ये दोनों भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले करती है. IP should ensure that the methodology, process, assumptions, etc. are appropriately applied for the corporate debtors. So, ऐसा नहीं है कि बस वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट आया और हो गया और हमने एक्सेप्ट कर लिया. दिस इज नॉट द केस. आपको भी आपका प्रोफेशनल स्कैप्टिज्म रखकर वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट को एक्सेप्ट करना है. What shall be the validity period of a valuation report under IBC process gets elongated, or if there are subsequent material events? Yes, ये मुझे आंसर करें आप. हमारा रिपोर्ट का वैलिडिटी पीरियड क्या है?
It is immediate only. It is not for a future period, and it cannot be related after 1 year or 6 months, etc. As on the particular
क्यों काफी बार
as on the particular
As
date,
on date
it is
का है.
valid. That's all. As on the date of valuation report date, when the RV is submitting his report, as on a particular date, it is so. For later developments, generally he is not responsible, and he will mention the same fact in the report that I am not responsible for the further developments.
Yes. Subject to the condition that there are no material events changes. So in that case, as per Shiva Prasad ji, can I use the CRP report in liquidation case also? If my same company is there in liquidation also and no material events have been changed, then that report can be utilized by me.
Then in that case, because if there are no material events, changes, etc., then you can say like there is no
So that
operation at
is
all.
valid, na? So I mean to ask, that is valid.
That is right, but the RP only has to take it. It is not the responsibility of the RV. RV cannot be blamed for any changes. But
That I
RP has
agree.
to,
That I totally. Yes.
RP
That
has
I
to,
agree. I am telling about, I am regarding IP perspective and you are telling about values perspective. So yes,
IP
I
has
agree.
to take the call whether he can use the report or not. If he feels that there are
Yes.
any material changes, then he has to necessarily take the valuation report fresh.
Yes. So that report is valid. There is no time limit for its validity considering the subsequent material changes. अगर कोई भी चेंजेस नहीं आ रहे हैं तो सीआरपी की डेट की रिपोर्ट जो 1 या 2 साल पहले की रिपोर्ट है, आज मेरे को लिक्विडेशन में भी वो रिपोर्ट वैलिड है. अगर मुझे लगता है कि ठीक है वही वैल्यू है, ज्यादा वैल्यू नहीं है, so there is a no validity period. So that is again a professional skepticism of IP. If he finds subsequent material events or there is certain changes and considering that events, then he could consider for new valuations. Okay. So as I already told, the valuation report may continue to remain valid for CRP period. However, there are any material events or CRP period is extended beyond the 30 days. So अगर RP में अप्रोच फॉर वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट, अगर RP को लगता है कि ये कुछ नया आया है और इसके बेसिस पे हमें नया वैल्यूएशन कराना, तो ऑफ कोर्स फॉर दैट रीजन इट कुड बी डन, एल्स द सेम रिपोर्ट कुड कंटिन्यू. सो इंडस्ट्री स्पेसिफिक होता है, सपोज के कोविड के पहले मैंने रिपोर्ट कराया था, उस टाइम पे वैल्यूएशन कुछ और आया, बट अचानक से ये हो गया, तो उसके बाद मुझे फ्रेश रिपोर्ट लेना ही पड़ेगा, फिर वो रिपोर्ट वैलिड नहीं रहेगा. So industry specific event that can materially impact the operations of the business may include instances such as shortage of semiconductor chips, automobile industries में अचानक हो गया, कोई भी political decision हो गया, then lockdowns in case anything, certain things happens, at that time fresh valuations are required. Can COC member call for fresh valuation in case of revival of CIRP? Yes, very good question.
Yes.
क्या मैंने
Depends.
एक बार वैल्यूएशंस करा दिए, मैंने एक बार वैल्यूएशंस करा दिए, सब हो गया, अब सीओसी बोल रहा है कि यार एक और वैल्यूएशन कराओ, क्या करवाना चाहिए या कर सकते हैं?
They can, because they are the masters, they are the decision makers. If they feel that there is a need for fresh valuation, they can do it. Probably the circumstances or the business atmosphere or political atmosphere might have changed. Now there may be better
Yeah.
valuations, or the valuation might have deteriorated due to some reasons. So in that case, they can.
Perfect. Yes, of course, he is the supremacy, COC is the supremacy. They can do whatever they can. So of course, if they feel as if they know we require a new valuation, so they could ask for new valuation also. Ultimately, they are going to bear the cost. So there is no specific provision in code or its regulations giving power to COC to call for. कोई भी हमारा provision या section बोलता नहीं है COC को कि भाई उन्हें price valuations करवाना है. But however, if they require, they could ask RP to take a new valuation. Whether valuation report be shared with X management? Again, very good question. क्या मैं मेरी valuation reports को X management के साथ share कर सकती हूँ?
No.
No.
Madam.
Yes. Any more questions? No
It is for
answers
the-
और किसी को नहीं बोलना है?
It is
Why
for
should
the
we reveal
COC
to X
only.
management?
It is for the COC only.
Sorry?
Yes, exactly.
And that too,
Okay.
taking an undertaking only, we can share the valuation report.
COC members,
अगर
anyway,
COC के अंदर,
COC members,
अगर COC, yes, tell.
in COC members, we will reveal na madam. If the ex-directors are there, part of COC, they will be knowing. Otherwise, they have to give a declaration that they
Yes.
about the secrecy
Yes.
and
Ultimately X management तो out of the focus ही हो जाते हैं, लेकिन अगर उनका involvement है, if they are into certain COC members or certain आप बोल रहे कि वो अगर resolution plan में are and everything, so in that cases we could share with them also. considering section 29 and everything. So उस केस के अंदर हम शेयर कर सकते हैं, but ये either एक्स मैनेजमेंट है नहीं है, सीओसी से भी जब भी हम वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट को शेयर करें तो एक अंडरटेकिंग ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंशियलिटी पक्का फॉर श्योर ले कि आप किसी के साथ ये कॉन्फिडेंशियलिटी शेयर ना करें. So the company has already been valued under CIRP. However, it wishes to get valued again under liquidation. Can the same valuer issue a price variation? ये मैं ऑलरेडी डिस्कस कर चुकी हूँ शिवा प्रसाद जी के साथ. यहाँ पे ऐसे कहीं पे मना नहीं किया है, लेकिन इट इज एडवाइजेबल फॉर IRP, RP और लिक्विडेटर टू अपॉइंट अ फ्रेश वैल्यूअर, नॉट द सेम वैल्यू. When a fresh valuation is required, then best practice will be to appoint a new value. Perfect. So, whether and when can a valuation report or figures be shared with COC members?
After taking the confidentiality agreement, we can.
Yes, and फिगर्स जो है वो फिगर्स वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट आने के बाद ही शेयर करें. काफी बार ये होता है कि हमें फिगर्स मिल जाती है, वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट नहीं मिलता है, टाइम लगता है. तो इन दैट केसेस प्लीज डोंट शेयर एनी ऑफ द वैल्यू अनलेस until you receive a signed report from the value. So it is the responsibility of RP to provide a fair value and the liquidation value. So यहाँ पर देखिए क्लियरली बोला है कि आरपी की जिम्मेदारी है, वैल्यूअर की जिम्मेदारी नहीं है. तो आरपी को प्रोवाइड करना है फेयर वैल्यू और लिक्विडेशन वैल्यू टू सीओसी. लेकिन कब? जब वो खुद पहले अपना वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट रिसीव कर ले एंड सामने वाले से आप अंडरटेकिंग भी ले ले कि आप कॉन्फिडेंशियलिटी शेयर ना करें. उसके बाद ही वो वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट्स और उसके फिगर्स को शेयर कर सकते. Whether the valuer is eligible to participate in COC meeting? Yes, again, very good question. क्या valuer COC में आ सकता है?
If he is summoned by the COC, then he has to present himself and explain how he did and all.
Yes, madam.
He has to
Yes.
clarify the doubts of the COC. Otherwise,
Yes.
need not.
If
Otherwise,
required
cannot.
by RP?
No.
Yes. If RP tells valuer that no, you need to join our meeting and do whatever you want, those COC are not asked them to. So whether RP can do that?
To justify his valuation, he can be invited to come to the meeting.
Yes. So either COC or either IP or RRP feels so that just for providing the justification of the report that has been issued by a valuer, the valuer can be invited and can participate in COC. IP or COC. So this is what not only COC, IP has also at his discretion can invite one. Okay. So this is not the case where only COC intends to understand and everything. अगर IP को भी लगता है कि आप आइए और सब make understand करवाइए COC को voluntarily, he can do that. So IP COC at his discretion may invite valuers to the COC meeting to explain any queries, requirements of information regarding the valuation exercises or help COC in understanding basis and methodology adapted for the valuation exercises. However, inviting the valuer in COC meeting does not dilute the responsibility. Yes, this is again important. क्या valuers को बुला ले, कुछ भी बुला ले. Ultimately, onus is on insolvency professional only. उसकी ही duty है, उन्हीं को सब करना है. So yes, responsibility is always, of course, of IP, and there is not at all to dilute the responsibility of valuer to be logical in his exercise. So ultimately, valuers का जो basis है, वो IP को भी अपना base रखना ही है. Because he would be again a same responsible for the valuation price. How to access the value of assets when the financial statements for the cutoff date is not available? So this is being provided in our guidelines also. I have already discussed it, but still, any views, any further view or different view for that? आपकी cutoff date यहाँ पर क्या होती है? Either CIRP date or either liquidation date.
Liquidation commencement date.
Right. उस टाइम पे मेरे financials available नहीं हैं. So उस केस में आप क्या करेंगे?
Take the values as on date, then give the what do you call condition or that the values are determined as on the current date only because the non-availability of the information as on the particular date. Valuation date will be the previous date on the CRP date.
On the liquidation date.
Yes, whatever the case.
हाँ, but my question is कि आप assess कैसे करेंगे आपके valuation assets को? अगर मेरे पास CRP डेट के दिन की या लिक्विडेशन डेट के दिन की हाथ में कुछ वैल्यू ही नहीं है, तो आप assess कैसे करेंगे?
As on the current date only, we can do that. Considering that the RP
Based
can
on
give-
what? Based on, again, that is my answer is based on the latest financials available to us. मेरे financials में जो latest available रहेगा उसके basis पे ही मैं assess करूंगी ना. उसके बाद जो भी transactions हमें लगते हैं कि required adjustments करने हैं वो हम करेंगे. So latest available financial statements before the cutoff date can be considered, and material changes between the latest available financials and cutoff date should be factored in valuations. वो आपको consider करने हैं. और ये भी कब पॉसिबल हो पाएगा जब आपको बैंक स्टेटमेंट्स अवेलेबल करवा दिए जाएंगे. और अगर जहां पर क्वांटम ऑफ ट्रांजैक्शंस बहुत ज्यादा है तो अगेन दैट वुड बी अगेन अ वेरी टीडियस टास्क और वेरी चैलेंजिंग टास्क फॉर वैल्यूअर्स टू कैरी आउट द वैल्यूएशंस इन दैट केसेस. So are there any further questions regarding any valuations under IBC? No further questions? Great. So what I would do is now I would just make you understand. I would just call all the formats that are made available to us by IBB and ICAI for quotations, for engagements, for valuation reports and all. So let me share my screen. So my screen is available, visible. Sorry, my screen
Yes,
is
yes.
visible.
Yes.
It is not visible,
Yes,
madam.
yes.
Full view is not there. We can see only part of your document.
So let me share it once again.
It was available to some.
Now is that available?
Yes, yes.
Yes. So this is what valuations requirements are. So being PPE, that is again out of scope for us. CWIP intangibles, non-current investments. Okay. So starting with SFA valuations, so non-current investments. So investments in securities, mutual funds, investments in subsidiaries, joint ventures. So what you could do is here, कि आप क्या क्या मांगेंगे उसके लिए. This is regarding the RV perspective कि उन्हें क्या क्या information मांगनी है और क्या क्या IP को share करनी है. So जब भी होता है कि majorly investment in subsidiaries होता है, तो जो भी अगर companies है, so अगर companies की अगर हम बात करते हैं सो हमें उनके लेटेस्ट फाइनेंशियल्स अवेलेबल होने. अब काफी बार ये चैलेंज आ जाता है कि जो सब्सिडीज है वो सब्सिडीज भी CIRP में है. सो इन दैट केस व्हाट वैल्यू यू विल टेक. अगर मान लो कि मेरे फाइनेंशियल्स में 1 करोड़ रुपया है, वो इन्वेस्टमेंट इन सब्सिडी में है, और अगर इन्वेस्टमेंट इन सब्सिडी की बात करते तो फिर बाद में मैंने ऑनलाइन जाके रिकॉर्ड चेक किया और मुझे पता चला कि ये कंपनी भी CIRP में है. So in that case, what would you derive you as a valuer? आप क्या वैल्यूएशन देंगे उस केस में?
Whatever value is derived by the other valuer may be provided as the value of the subsidiary.
मतलब आप ये बोलना चाह रहे हैं कि सब्सिडरी कंपनी की जो वैल्यूएशन आई है
Yes,
उसकी आप लेंगे, ऐसा?
yes, that is what I feel.
अब वो वैल्यूएशन आप कैसे लेंगे?
That will be provided by the RP of the subsidiary. We have to
Okay,
seek from
that is
him.
really a challenging task. आपको वहां पे भी कोई डेटा अवेलेबल नहीं किया जाएगा.
Otherwise, we
So-
have to ask the current valuer to value that company also.
Yes. So what in that case we could do is, first of all, take a ROC search, required all documents, आप documents ले लीजिए, and उसके बाद आप एक confirmation मंगाइए being valuer from IP कि ये हमारी कंपनी है और इसकी ये वैल्यू है. क्योंकि बुक असेट, नेट असेट मेथड से तो आप वैल्यू डिराइव कर सकते हैं, लेकिन कंफर्मेशन जब तक नहीं आता है आप उस बेस को हमारी वैल्यूएशन में नहीं डाल सकते. सो हमें हर चीज के लिए, अगर मैं कोई भी वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट में अगर मैं किसी भी चीज का वैल्यूएशन डाल रही हूँ, आइदर इन्वेस्टमेंट्स इन करंट्स, नॉन करंट्स, एवरीथिंग, हर चीज का आई नीड टू हैव एन कंफर्मेशन और सर्टेन प्रूफ वेयरिंग दैट इज रिकवरेबल. If that is being received, then we could take as a value in our report, else it would be zero. Okay. What about deferred taxes? Of course, deferred taxes जो है वो majorly these are notional assets, so majorly their valuations are always zero. Other non-current assets के अंदर अगर देखते हैं, advances है, deposits है, that I have already discussed, MAT credits है. So अब अगर मैट क्रेडिट्स की अगर बात करते हैं, अनअब्जॉर्ब लॉसेस की बात करते हैं, तो ये सारी चीजें भी हमें इम्पोर्टेंटली और क्रूशली देखना पड़ेगा कि अगर लॉसेस है, मैट क्रेडिट्स है, तो फ्यूचर में अगर हमें उसका बेनिफिट मिलता है तो क्या ले पाएंगे. अगर कंपनी रिजोल्यूशन में जाती है तो मैट क्रेडिट्स अवेलेबल हो पाएंगे, नहीं हो पाएंगे, उसके बेसिस पे वैल्यूएशन डिराइव होगा. लोन्स एंड एडवांसेस के अंदर जितने भी आपके लोन्स एंड एडवांसेस हैं, उन सब का आपको कंफर्मेशन लेना पड़ेगा. यू नीड टू टेक अ कंफर्मेशन फ्रॉम IRP और RP रिगार्डिंग द रिकवरेबिलिटी. So in that case, what IP or IRP do is based on our requirement, they ask for, they provide emails to all the loans and advances, those to the persons. If they are corporates, then that could be easily traceable from ROC. So they need to mail them. If a confirmation, if the confirmation is received by IRP, the same is being transferred to valuer, and according to and based on that only, valuations are made.
I got it.
So here the
Madam, say
Sorry?
here,
Yeah,
do
yeah.
we have to get the confirmation from the debtor
Yes.
was addressed to the RP, or simply we can rely on the mail of the RP itself?
No. See, the confirmation, taking confirmation is the requirement for RP. RP needs to take confirmation. We
They
need
do.
to ask to IP only.
Yeah. As an RP, do we have to get the copy of the confirmation of the debt by the debtor to the RP, or simply can we retain?
Yes,
rely on
yes.
the-
No,
Can I
no, no,
rely on the
no,
RP only, RP only?
no. Never do that. If RP is telling that this is recoverable, so either he will tell that this is the notice, this is the case that is going on against this, or this is the confirmation that we have received. Based on that only you need to put in your report, else not.
No, that is right. But then, do we have to ask for the copy of the confirmation of the data, or not necessary? We can-
Yes, I'm telling. Yes, no, we need to ask. We need to ask. Certain times, IBBI could ask you that what is your proof. You can at the time tell that RP has told, and that's why I have taken. If he is telling, see, if RP is telling that nothing is there, then you could simply take 0. If RP is telling that there is a value, you need to ask for that one. Simple as that. What is the proof of being, you are telling that, see, this is not the case with confirmations from debtors and loans and advances. This could be for deposits also, for any other advances also. So for everything, RP ke paas bhi, RP must be having certain confirmations and certain proofs, and based on that only he may be telling, na? So you need to keep in your records also the same thing.
Okay.
Because in future it could have happened that RP could change, IP could change, and you may not have any proof for that. So in that case, what you will do then? Right?
Yes.
So being professionally, being precautionary basis also, of course, you need to rely on RP. If he tells, you need to consider that, but you need to ask for the proof every time. for every value you derive. Either is CAT, either it is cash, either it is bank, either it is everything. You need to have proof for every valuation you put. So for current assets, inventories, trade receivables, we've already discussed. Here trade receivables, majorly what normal practice is, we ask for confirmations. And if the trade receivables are more than 360 days or more than 3 years, we normally take it as a 0. Unless until confirmation received by IR or R. Cash and cash equivalents. Now certain things, what happen is, company is having fixed deposits of say rupees 1 crore. But the same from HDFC Bank. And the same bank is having a loan, unsecured loan, or you could say secured loan. So many times it happens that HDFC Bank itself set off its liabilities against that FDs. So in that case, you need to be very clear, because many times it happens that I have already issued a report. I have considered that this is 1 crore and that is 50 lakhs. So I have netted off and I have given valuation of 50 lakhs. But many times values skip off his mind and take FDs as in 1 crore, because fixed deposit, वो तो पैसा आना ही है, but वो ऐसा नहीं है. This is not the case. This is not the case. You need to consider that whether any same banks are having any liabilities to pay with, they are fortunate, they are certainly going to net off the same, because no bank would, leave their money.
But
So
that is
if
right,
IP
but
is,
once CIRP is set in, then they cannot adjust it.
no, they are adjusting.
But how can they?
They are
Once the
adjusting.
moratorium is declared, then they don't have any right to adjust.
They have a right to they have a right to adjust against their liabilities. They are not demanding that. They do that. Before being CIRP or after being CIRP, majorly they take charges from there only. And the balance that is available, you need to take that in your valuation.
Is it permitted?
And you need to mention it.
Is it permitted?
Is it permitted? See, setting of their assets against liabilities, that they could do, no? अगर मेरा ही पैसा है, मैंने दिया है और मैंने लिया है, so they are doing. Many times income tax departments are also doing, GST departments are also doing.
And many times these FDs were given to secure the loans any which ways. So setting off is being done by the banks.
Done by that, based on their agreements. So you need to be very clear with fixed deposits and bank balances, because there are numbers of fixed deposits available and they are being setting up with against their liabilities, first charge. So we need to consider all such facts also. Okay. So loans and advances and everything I have told clearly. Contingent liabilities, if there is.
Here one question from me in the loans and advances. There are loans and advances related to the related parties. In that case, we can take a 0 value, madam.
No. Never take 0 by yourself. Ask for the confirmation from RP. Don't do yourself anything. Everything is based on confirmations and based on mail of IP and RP. Okay. You can't do anything, because what further actions, what I normally used to do is, RP is again sending mails to every related parties. They have prepared one Excel sheet wherein contact details has been entered, majorly email IDs. So I ask for that sheet also. So for my safer side, what I do is, it is one shot. I just need to draft one mail that I'm been appointed in this and that, and kindly provide the confirmation. And I just mail draft CC to every loans and advances and all parties also, for my safer side. I never get a reply from that, but yes. And you can ask for RP also. If he tells that yes, no, then only you could take no, else never. Okay. Am I clear? Contingent liabilities, many times it happens that company went into insolvencies, and after that certain things we need to, we came to know that this is the contingent liabilities which we need to keep separately, so that we need to consider that there may be a chances for that, so we need to consider that. That is like bank guarantees or some personal guarantees and all. So that is a possibility of revoking certain bank guarantees has been given and the same has been revoked by third party. So that is a contingent liability that could appear. So that we need to just, if that contingent liability again, when that has been revoked, in that case only we would write, else we will not. Cash and cash equivalents I have already and other assets and liabilities. Everything is based on, see, one common thing you will get, copy or ledger and balance confirmation. Without this, you will not give a valuation at all. So moving ahead, valuation processes and all. Now we'll go for the format part, how. Yes, and for liquidations also we have already considered, and the same thing applies for voluntary liquidations also. All certain things that needs to be considered for voluntary liquidations also. So these are the format specimen. This is really important. And ensure so specimen format is like you need to write everything, corporate data name, references for the quotations, आपका brief, company का नाम, engagement scope, timelines and everything needs to be very clearly defined. आपको NDA का भी format दे दिया गया है, so there is a available NDA also, so that needs to get signed. Acknowledgement and disclosure as per IBBI. Disclosure as per IBBI is relationship disclosure. That is again very important. That 4 things: relative of corporate data, relative of valuer, partner director, and auditor. So these things to be understood. So this is a relationship disclosure. This needs to be same. The format is आप किसी का sign ले ले उनसे value से. Then caveats के अंदर अगर हम देखते हैं, so restrictions on use of valuation reports, that is very important. आपको ये specifically लिखना होगा. You need to specify that this report is basically is restrictions is on use of this is for this purpose only and no other use. So these are certain caveats that are given, and we normally used to have this. What we couldn't do is that we need to be not very disclaim ourselves regarding based on these valuations. इसके basis पे ये हो रहा है. It needs to be very clear. आप कुछ भी unclear चीजें आपके report में नहीं डाल सकते. So yes, this is what is, and if anyone requires the format of valuation report, that is available with me. You can kindly ask Ms. Anjali and I will just provide you for this. So any questions, any further questions for me? I hope everyone is clear with IBC valuations very well.
Madam, your email ID or contact number?
Yes. So I will just share my screen wherein I will write just that. You can have a screenshot for that. So this is my mobile number and this is my email ID. So sejal@gmail.com. So I'm going to write this in chat box also, so that you all can get.
Thank you, madam.
Yes, most welcome. Any questions, any confusions, anyone can call me anytime, no worries. I am always there to sort your queries. And hopefully I have done today also, because the main challenge task is when I got the first valuation assignment, because there were no clear guidelines, there were no particular formats. So how to do valuations? So yes, if anyone required valuations format or anything, kindly connect with me for that. No problem. Always available. So no further questions for me. Come on, I want to have some questions so that at least I could also increase my knowledge.
You have covered almost everything. You are giving no scope to raise any doubts or seek any clarifications.
Yes, so good for us. It's give and take relation. It's give and take
lecture
relation.
is very
Same
comprehensive
here.
and a very thorough presentation.
I have a small
Thank you,
question,
thank you.
ma'am.
Yes,
Miss
Mr.
Sejal.
Raj. Yes.
Just to,
Yes.
it's only for a discussion segment. Is it good to appoint 3 different valuers for each asset class, or is it good to go for a company which gives a consolidated report? What do you say?
You can go for one company also. There is no bar in that.
No,
If you
I know there is no bar.
want-
I'm just saying what do you feel is a better way of handling things?
Cost analyze. First of all, cost analyze. If you are getting cost benefit analyze by giving one assignment to a company wherein all three values are being appointed by that company, that is a good practice.
So preferably you feel appointing two registered valuer organizations is a better thing to go for. Then you have to deal only with two people.
I would prefer both, Devrajji. There is no, if I don't want to have a headache and based on cost benefit analysis, if I need to coordinate with one person, that person would coordinate with all three values, then why not? So this depends on case, but for small cases that may not be a very cost benefit. So in that case, you could appoint different values also. The only thing that you need to consider is the professional fees. If they're providing good quotations, then why not?
Okay. So
But
it
for
boils
that
down
also
to
you
the
need to an
money.
experience. Everything is over money. And experience, many times it happens that if one value is not cooperating or is one value is not providing documents and reports on time, so that is manageable. But if this happens for entity, then that would be a really challenging task for you also. So you need to have background also, experience of the firm also to consider all such facts.
And that's what most of our other friends are doing, or anybody else wants to comment, please?
Yeah, anyone can tell what they all are doing, whether they're appointing RV or whether they're appointing individual values. I guess this is totally up to discretionary factor for insolvency professional, and based on professional fee, of course, and experience, of course, of the values. We can appoint both. Any other views, if there, then kindly do share.
I guess you can move on. Nobody's answering.
Yes. Okay, so Miss Anjali, I guess I have covered almost all such things what I was required to do under my topic. So are you available? We must conclude the session. Okay. By the time this is the one of the tasks for IP to appoint values, and the second foremost task is to appoint a forensic auditor. That is again a very tedious task for IP to collect all the documents and doing all forensics work also. So that point is also to take consideration for RPs. Anyone having very good or bad experiences regarding that can share surely. Because carrying out forensics is also again a very, challenging task. Okay. So I guess we should conclude the session then. It was really great session with you all, and it was a really very interactive session from my part. So thank you all.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Very good presentation.
It was very interesting session.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
So do we stay here, or is the break is there, or?
When is the second session, madam?
Second session would be, it would be on 2 p.m., right? So there is a break for 1 hour, right?
1.5 hours.
Yes.
1 hour,
1.5
20 minutes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Madam, social auditor is not IBA. Madam,
Yeah.
social auditor,
Yes, it's Nissan.
that is a
Yes,
SEBI.
SEBI. Yes.
As well as liquidation value. Liquidation value computed, how it will be computed? See, for like CS has secretarial standards. Similarly, valuation too has standards. Internationally accepted valuation standard is there. Fine. In that standard, many standards are there, similar to secretarial standards. Then they have to refer to the internationally accepted standards. Further to that, see, one thing which is very, very important is that physical verification. Physical verification of inventory and FA is must. So most of the cases, or in some of the cases, what happens is that valuer does the valuation without having a physical verification, which leads into a problem in multiple cases. We will see those cases where without physical verification, valuation has been done, and after that, the RV has faced multiple issues. And what he will do here, then in this case, 2 valuer will be appointed for each class. If the company has 3 classes, for example, land and building also the company has, plant and machinery also the company has, apart from that, investments, generally SFA. Secretarial and financial assets also the company holds. In that case, 2 into 3. So totally 6 registered valuer needs to be appointed. Right. Okay. What these people will do, for each class, we will be having 2 estimates. Correct? Okay. In that case, if an estimate given by one valuer is 100, another valuer is 200, is there not vast difference between 100 and 200? In case, what do I do? Anything you want to speak? Shall I continue?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. In this case, what will be done by RP, like you people, what they will do when there is a significant difference? When there is a significant difference, the third valuer comes in. Right? Okay. When a third valuer can be appointed, he can be appointed in 2 scenarios. Earlier, it was only 1 scenario. Now, 2 scenarios. First scenario is that whenever there is a significant difference in the valuation of the first valuer and the second valuer, or second situation comes into picture. When the COC decides, irrespective of the 2 valuation given by the registered valuer, if the COC decides, now they have been given power. Earlier, it was not there. Only from July 2022, this power has been given to COC. On the receipt of the proposal to appoint the registered valuer by the COC, in that case, resolution professional can appoint another valuer. This is the power which has been given now to the COC. We talked about the word significant difference. What is the significant difference? 100 and 200 was my example. 100, 200 isn't have 100% difference. Okay, when we have to go for the third valuer, whenever the difference between the first valuation and the second valuation is 25%. In that case, they have to go for the third valuer comes into picture. Then, now we will see what is the people needs to do after receiving the valuation. Resolution professional has to circulate the fair value as well as liquidation value to whom every member of the committee, COC, in electronic form. Okay, kindly abide by the terms which is given here, because if you deviate, sometimes we will have protection, sometimes we don't have protection. So it is specifically specified here in electronic form. Okay. The thing is that the evaluation of the company has been given to the COC members. It could be financial creditor. If no FC, then OC also could be the part of it. Ex-shareholder, ex-directors will be, suspended directors will be part of COC committee, right? In that case, see, we are giving confidential information to the COC member. Is it not duty of your...
Ma'am, small doubt, ma'am. In the previous slide, you said that registered valuer should visit the registrar office physical verification. But in SFA, what we can do, ma'am, physical verification, because sometimes they don't have registrar office also.
Correct. Your point is very valid. Inventory, they have specified inventory and FA. See, mainly these 2 things will be covered for land and building and plant and machinery. For SFA, if inventory, here one more problem comes into picture. Whether inventory, whether to be classified as plant and machinery, land and building category or SFA depends upon the case-to-case basis. For example, if you see inventory, if it is a real estate sector, can the land and building be valued by SFA? No, he can't do that. Now the valuation moves to L&M, land and building. Suppose the inventory comprises of various machineries. SFA will not do the valuation. It will go to the plant and machinery person. See, physical verification is mandatory, but the thing is that we have to see is a requirement of doing going for physical verification is required. Suppose if they don't have inventory in the books, it is not required. FA, again, we have to see whether it is material or immaterial. One more thing is that this registered valuer appointment is mandatory, but there is also an exception to it. When the value is very minimal, the company doesn't have any asset. In that case, if that is negligible, we can say it is negligible. The appointment of registered valuer, it can be made optional, provided it has to be communicated to the AA. Can you move on to the next one, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Now, this electronic form we have spoken. See, since you are sharing the confidentiality information with the COC member, it is mandatory on the IP part, insolvency professional person, to obtain a letter declaration stating that it will be used only for the purpose it has been obtained. They will not gain any undue gain or undue loss to the company. That means if I have obtained, for example, if my intention is wrong, any of the COC member can say the valuation fair value given here is 50 crores. You can quote just above 50 crores. In that case, your resolution application will be considered. That means insider information should not be passed on by the COC member to the outsiders. Thus, confidentiality needs to be maintained. But here, resolution professional part is very, very important. Kindly don't miss to obtain this declaration. Because the thing is that in case of any issues, this declaration speaks a lot. Okay. Now, whatever we have seen is that with regard to CRP regulation. Now we'll talk about registered valuer with respect to liquidation. Okay. In liquidation, as you people know, there is something called stakeholders consultation committee. When the code was formed, there is no such consultation committee. Later alone, this committee has been included in the code. Okay, this like COC, here the persons who will be directing is that stakeholders consultation committee. The stakeholders consultation committee has the power to advise to the liquidator with regard to the valuation. Here too, the regulation 35 of CRP and regulation 35 of liquidation talks about registered valuer. Same regulation number, but different regulation. CRP as well as liquidation. What is this regulation 35 of the liquidation regulations speaks about? We will see that one. This is important, so I'm just spending some time on this one. Yes, you people know in case of liquidation, valuation, is it mandatory? No, it is not mandatory. It is optional. Okay. It is at the discretion of the liquidator in consultation with this consultation committee, he can decide. Okay. Within how many days he has to decide? The time period is very limited. Within 7 days of the liquidation commencement date, liquidator has to decide whether there is a requirement of revaluation, because valuation has happened in CRP. Is there any significant changes has happened in between the CRP period and liquidation starting period? In that case, it can be the liquidator can opt for another valuation. As per CRP process, the valuation will be based on fair value or liquidation and liquidation value. Here, the valuation will be realizable value. And this realizable value, we have different classes, A to F of regulation 32. These classes are important, so that I have specified the classes A to F. We will see A to F, what it consists of also in the upcoming slides. You people know who should not be appointed as a registered valuer, right? Relative of the liquidator? No. Related party of the corporate data? Strictly no. Auditor of the corporate data? And the auditor, if he is holding, we have to see not current. We have to see for the past 5 years, we have to see. Those people also cannot be appointed as a registered valuer. Again, the partner or director of insolvency professional entity of which liquidator is a partner or director. IP is partner or director. If he is an RV, he also cannot be appointed as the registered valuer. Now, the next thing is that what is the purpose of this registered valuer appointed and the liquidation thing? His purpose is to estimate the realizable value of assets or business. See here, the words given here is assets or business. That also we will see what is this assets? Why is that business is given? Why two terminologies are given? We will be seeing those things also in detail. There in CRP process, also they have specified after physical verification of inventory and FA. Here also the wording has come after physical verification of assets of the corporate data. Why this physical verification is important? See, I can say by having the balance sheet in hand, is it easy for us to say what are the assets they have? Really, it's not an easy task. Even for CS who are filing this form, ROC forms, you would have find difficulty in knowing what is given in the financials are in line with physically available. So now it comes to valuation, it is mandatory for the registered valuer to visit the site or sites of the corporate data to understand what really is. See, generally what will happen is that since a company is in CRP process or in liquidation process, most of the cases, physical verification will not be conducted. In that case, since the company is under distress, what the directors will do, they will try to sell some of the assets, not sell, even could be exchange. In that case, we don't know whether books has been modified accordingly. The books will not be given more importance when liquidation or CRP comes into picture. We have seen in our valuation, there will be n number of assets as per books. But when we visit the site, we will not find so many assets. And moreover, we will not have persons to say this asset goes to this one. They will not say this asset is the one which is specified in the books as this format. We will find so much difficulty in obtaining information. Here also we have to get two estimates. The average of the estimates will be used for the purpose of liquidation. Okay. We talked about the word fair value, liquidation value, realizable value. We will see what is that. Okay. Fair value has been defined in the CRP regulation. What does it say is estimated realizable value of the assets of the corporate data if it is exchanged on which date? Insolvency commencement date, not on the date of valuation, insolvency commencement date, between a willing buyer and the willing seller in the arm's length price. Willing seller agreed because a person who wants to buy the company, resolution applicant, he is buying the company for some purpose, for his business expansion. It could be vertical, it could be horizontal, any mode it could be. Willing buyer. Is it CD a willing buyer here? Absolutely not. He may be, he may not be. In that case, who comes into picture? RP is a willing buyer because it's our duty. That is CRP. In case of CRP, it is RP's duty to find a correct resolution applicant to take up this business. So here we have to see willing buyer as the resolution professional and willing seller resolution applicant. Then after proper marketing, here RP, I used to say this RP is a one-man army. He will be doing all roles. So far, we were doing only CA role or CS role or CMA role. Now, once you take up this RP role from start to end, from operation, finance, marketing, everything lies in one single person, that is resolution professional. That means here they have to do marketing also. We can't say I'm a professional, I can't do marketing. Here the valuation doesn't go like that. With regard to resolution professional, they have to do marketing in such a way they have to get a proper resolution applicant. And the parties should be knowledgeable, prudent, and they should act without compulsion. Because we should not bring some persons, just he is having money. He should be interested. He should know the business. He should be aware of the business. Those things are also required. Then we'll move to the next word, terminology, liquidation value. As I said earlier, for CRP process, fair value is not sufficient. Registered valuer has to give two valuation. One is fair value, another is liquidation value. What is this liquidation value? Estimated realizable value of the assets of the corporate debtor if the corporate debtor to be liquidated on the insolvency commencement date. What is the difference between fair value and liquidated value? There also we are valuing assets. Here also we are valuing asset, but there we have sufficient time. But here we will not have sufficient time. That not equivalent to that one. We will be even given time. It's an orderly liquidation, we can say. Okay, it's not forced liquidation, it's an orderly liquidation. Orderly liquidation means I have some time. I have to sell the asset, but I have some time. And here, another thing is that the term liquidation value may refer to the valuation of asset when the seller is compelled to sell the asset. See, we have some land. If I want to sell, as I let, I will wait till I get a best price. Other way, here I require some money urgently. For some emergency purpose, I require some money. In that case, from wait and watch mode, now I move to the another mode where I am compelled to sell. See, whatever value it comes, only condition is that I have to get it as early as possible. So that's the difference. Fair value, I have time. Here, with regard to IBC, I have 180 days, 270 days, or 330 days. That's the maximum time. Here, if I have to sell it, what value it will fetch as on insolvency commencement date. Please be sure we have to get the valuation as on insolvency commencement date. Okay, that is the way liquidation value has been designed. Then the said definition, what does it say? It indicates that is a notional realizable valuation. It's not actual, right? It's a notional, what it may fetch. If the corporate debtor's assets were liquidated on insolvency commencement date. Okay, and not the value that may be realized under the resolution plan. Resolution plan will have better rate than needs to have better rate than the liquidation value. For the entire session of this one, we can have 50 crore as my fair value and 25 crore as my liquidation value. Then another thing we will explain that also in detail, and an asset can have different values under different scenarios. Fine, we will explain. I'll explain that why an asset can have different value under different scenarios. Also, I'll explain in the slides to come. Then, with regard to liquidation, what is the value we will be looking for? Realizable value. See, this realizable value has not been defined in IBC or in the regulations or in IDS. What is this IDS? International Valuation Standards. What guide us? How to make the valuation? Some standard has to guide us, right? So, as why the standards are required, as you people know, some sort of uniformity required to be maintained. For that purpose alone, these valuation standards helps us. Okay. However, this realizable value is a value derived. Realizable means what I will get in hand. What is the difference between earlier one and this one? Suppose for my liquidation value is 50C. In that case, I have to make some expenses to get this 50C. Then 50C will be my fair value. In that case, I will be deducting certain expenses. Right? What are the expenses? These expenses are necessary to make my product marketable, to sell. After selling, what I will be getting, that is called as realizable value. Any doubts still here? Can I move on?
Yes.
Okay.
Just one note here. When you said willing seller and willing buyer at the date of ICD, willing seller, you said is the RA, but I think it should be the opposite.
No. Willing seller, he is the resolution professional.
Absolutely. So I think you mentioned it the other way around, but yes, this is correct.
Okay, fine. Okay. Then we'll move to types of valuation under IBC. We will be discussing to some extent what is this, how does valuation is happening, why is that resolution professional needs to know, why is the valuation needs to be, how is the valuation is to be done. I will explain. What we should know some basis of valuation, that is mandatory, because RP is the one who travels from start to end. Any problem by any person, it again rests with the resolution professional. Any problem with valuation? See, thing is that RP will be part of it. Okay, there could be mistake from RP or it could be mistake from valuation. In general, what is the RP work is that they have to ensure whether certain conditions, whether certain procedures have been followed with respect to valuation. Those things I'll be explaining. What are the things which an resolution professional needs to ensure? Okay. We talked about fair value and liquidation value. Whereas liquidation regulation mentions about the realizable value. As I said earlier, same thing is given here. It may further be noted that fair value and liquidation value as defined in IBC mentions that estimated realizable value. If you see the definition given there also they would have used the word estimated realizable value, and in liquidation also they would have used the word realizable value. Their estimated realizable value, here's my minor change is that realizable value. Estimated realizable value of the assets of the CD in case of fair value is considered a willing buyer and the willing seller after proper marketing. With regard to fair value, as I said earlier, after proper marketing, meaning sufficient time is given. Whereas estimated realizable value of the assets of the CD in case of liquidation value, how does it is compelled? There he is having sufficient time, here he is compelled. In this case, what we have to do is that registered valuer, after obtaining the fair value, he will be doing some adjustments, some discounts, okay, to the fair value, and he will be arriving at the liquidation value. This adjustments, this discount cannot go just like that. There should be a proper base for arriving the fair value and the liquidation value. And that basis, on basis of which fair value and the liquidation value has been arrived, needs to be specified in the report. Okay, now we will just see what is the time limit to complete this valuation in CRP and liquidation. In prima facie, it is not specified in the code directly. In that case, we have to go by the other wordings. Okay, so resolution plans have to be received within 135 days of the commencement of CRP process. See, out of this 135 days, we know resolution registered valuer needs to be appointed between 7 to 47th day. So suppose the registered valuer is appointed on 47th day, then we have the time as resolution plan to be received is 135th day. So we require time to give the details in the information memorandum. So we have very limited time. Within 88 days, this needs to be completed. But furthermore, there are some discussion paper which are recently released by IBBA. They say that time suggested for the same is T plus 90 days. Within commencement of CRP process plus 90 days, this valuation report should be ready available with the resolution professional. That is required, right? Once a resolution plan, that is applicant, are submitting the plan, this will be the criteria based on which he will be taking up the resolution plan submitted by the RA, resolution applicant. Coming to liquidation, here liquidator is required to submit the asset memorandum within how many days? 75th day of liquidation commencement date with the adjudicating authority. So the active days which is available is 75 days alone, within which the valuation report, in case of liquidation, if the liquidator is going for valuation, in that case, it has to be completed max 75 days. Okay. Information to be shared with registered valuer. RP always plays a crucial role. But the thing is that these are the list of information which are the information which needs to be shared by the registered valuer by the resolution professional. What are those information? The list here is given as it's not exhaustive. So kindly whatever information in case registered valuer asks for, kindly share with them. MOA, AOA to understand the nature of the business, annual report of the past 5 years to understand how the company has performed over the past 5 years. to understand the trend of the company. Is the company going in the upward trend in spite of the CRP, or it is going down trend? We need to understand the trend of the company for the past years. Then audited or provisional financial statements as on the CRP commencement date or liquidation commencement date is required. Then brief profile of the company, then past project report, valuation report, other reports we need to obtain. Secretarial complaints documents like ROC charges. Charges plays a main role with regard to valuation, because we know what are the charges which are under, or what are the documents, what are the assets, plant and machinery, inventory are under charge. That information we can obtain. Then we can say any sanction letter or mortgage deed for loans taken by the company. This plays an important role, because sanction letter says how this, in case of liquidation or in case of CRP, how this assets will be dealt. Those details, it is necessary for the resolution professional, also for the registered valuer. Then, if the company is going
can I raise one question?
Yes,
Is this
sir.
point G, any sanction letter and mortgage deeds for the loans taken by the company, is it relevant for SFA values or only for P&M or L&D values?
No. Okay, why is the case is that we should understand that one, because the point is that sometimes for the loan taken, who would have given the guarantee? The director would have given the guarantee, or the promoter would have given the guarantee. Sometimes while doing the valuation, by mistake or inadvertently, what does this RP do? They give that assets also in this list to do the valuation. The thing is that we don't know this guarantee, bank guarantee has to be removed. If it is given by the director or the promoter or someone else, it should not be part of valuation of the registered valuer, because the registered valuer does the valuation only for CD. There are cases where the registered RP has instructed RV to do the valuation for the corporate debtors guarantor also. In Kavita Surana case, it has happened. In your question, coming to your question, whether this is relevant for SFA, in general, I would say no. We had to see specific cases also. In general, it is not required.
Okay,
Then financial projections. This projections, what is that we are going to do with the projections? Since the company is in CRP process or in liquidation process. See, CRP process is company is not doing to the extent required, but they are doing. Some cases, if you see, Bhushan Steel, if you see, they are doing right now well. This was under liquidation, CRP process and liquidation. Later, thing is that now they are doing very well. So the Bhushan Steel, we can do some estimate projections, right? If those company had huge potential with regard to this capital intensive company, they had huge potential. If I use those potential, in that case, I can generate revenue. In that case, say I will be taking the projections with regard to the business plan. Here always a problem comes into picture. This projection, who has to give? RP needs to give, or a ex-suspended director needs to give. RP is not that versatile to do this one, right? Because our profession is different. Now taking into the coming into a CD thing, then we have to do all in all. In this case, projection can be done along with the suspended director's support. If they are not supporting, again, it will be the problem with the RP. RP can't do much thing. He can understand the industry. He has to understand industry as well as the company, how the company has performed in past, what are their strengths, what are their weaknesses, who is technically strong. So many details are required. This is a limitation with regard to resolution professional. Then
one minute again, some small interference. In case the RV or resolution professional does the possessions, then in case the after the company is taken over by the resolution applicant, then in case the possessions does not come through, then can he go against the RP, blaming him that he has given the possessions and possessions have not taken place or made a reality?
Yeah, thing is that your point is valid here. Here, thing is this projection, we have come across various issues. See, yesterday also I was doing a valuation. The company has incurred huge loss. If you see the projections thing, they are showing they will be making 50 crore profit, 60 crore profit. See, there will not be any sync. So far, the company was making loss. Suddenly, when it comes into valuation, they will show profit. Okay, it is the problem everywhere. See, suppose RP, if they are giving projections, they should not do on their own. They have to get the confirmation from the directors or the person, CEO, CFO, some persons who are in charge of the management erstwhile. Because we can't, suppose myself as an RP, I can't give a correct projections for the company. I don't know how the company's, as I said, company's weakness, strength, I don't know. Okay, I can say industry, this industry, for example, if I can say AA industry is doing fine, very well, it is going to have a good future. I can make projections. What is my strength? What is the company's strength? That also needs to be incorporated, right? In that case, we will not be able to give a correct projection. So far, with regard to resolution professional, don't give projection, taking entire responsibility on you.
And in case the projections are made for a listed company, then they ought to be made public now.
Yeah, that has to be done.
Then how can we say?
This valuation report, right? Valuation, this will be given only to COC. I'm not talking about listed companies. Listed companies valuation, if you see, if they are going to get listed, they have to give certain information which is public. That is different story.
Yes.
Yeah, that thing, company is doing fine right there. So the prospects, I can have good hope because here there will be change of management. From X, Y is going to come into picture. What is his rules? What is his regulations? The ex-employee will be there or will not be there. So many suspense questions will be there. So we can't.
We may have to submit these projections to the PRS.
Projections to, pardon?
We may have to submit these financial projections to the prospective resolution applicants. If we do so.
No. It is not that manner. It's not necessary. See, as I said earlier, this valuation will be given only to the COC persons. They will be having the valuation, fair value and the liquidation value. 50 crore as well as 24 crore will be in their hands. When the resolution applicant comes, if it gives a value for 20 crore, that plan will not be accepted. Fine. Because it is below the liquidation value. So in that case, the question arises how to accept it. Even adjudicating authority will question. So that's why this valuation plays a major role. If incorrect valuation, then they may lose or they may gain. It won't go in a right manner.
Then point E, past project report, valuation report, EV reports, etc. Is it relevant to SFA values or to R&D or P&M?
No, actually, I'll explain. SFA is a person who can consolidate things and present as an overview, right? Because land and building valuer will be expert in that part. Plant and machinery will be expert in that part alone. SFA, they know entire thing. They can obtain the valuation from land and building, plant and machinery, and they can include everything and they can present the valuation as a whole.
But to my knowledge, I feel that everybody is giving their independent reports. Nobody, the SFA values are not consolidating to me as well. That's what my knowledge is.
Shiva, there are two options, Shiva Prasad. Thing is that one thing, this SFA can consolidate and give the value. That is one option. Other option is that resolution professional itself. They will get the value from all three persons and they will consolidate. Because if you see, it has to be consolidated. Without consolidation, it can't go. Because if I give land and building, plant and machinery, and investments, inventory, trade data, if everything has been given separately. Suppose if they request financial projections also, resolution will not know how to do the discounting and other things unless he is also qualified RV. That's different. Okay, job. So in that case, only the SFA can consolidate. See, we have to see if I'm doing separate, and no this discount, no financial projection is required, then RP can do the task. If the company is a going concern and it is doing fairly fine, in that case, they have to estimate the future thing has to be estimated for 5 years. We call it as a implicit period. That period estimate has to be done. For that, certainly SFA is required. Resolution professional cannot do that activity. It goes according to the situation. Whether the concern is a going concern and generating sufficient amount of revenue, in that case, it has to be combined. In that case, SFA needs to play a vital role. Otherwise, if you see the company doesn't have much revenue, or it's not going to generate much revenue, in that case, RP can get the valuation from land and building separately, plant and machinery separately, SFA separately, and he or she can consolidate the number. Okay. Okay. The next thing is that, as I said, right now what we spoke is that there are registered valuer. There are 3 classes: land and building, plant and machinery, securities of financial assets. So each one has different expertise. We will see what is this land and building. First thing, before going into that depth, we will see in general what is this balance sheet comprises. You people very well know it comprises of non-current assets and current assets. On the asset side, PPE, right to use assets, capital work in progress, intangible, financial assets, investments, deferred tax, and other non-current assets. That is with regard to non-current assets. Coming to current assets, inventories, again financial assets, which comprises of trade receivables, cash and cash equivalent, bank balance, and other current assets. Okay, now we will see valuation and its asset class under IBC. Land and building, what are the main area, core area? Land, building, capital work in progress, if it is related to land and building, right to use assets relating to land and building. Right to use in the sense 99 years lease are covered there. Plant and machinery, furniture and fixtures, office equipments, vehicle, capital work in progress. In case of self-generated plant and machinery, in that case, right to use assets related to plant and machinery. These things are covered by plant and machinery. Registered valuer. And the last category is that securities of financial asset. Non-current investments, deferred tax assets. Deferred tax asset, why is it necessary in the sense whether the balance which is shown in the books, whether this will be an asset or it will not be an asset. Whether the resolution applicant can be able to gain out of the deferred tax asset specified in the balance sheet, or he will not have any benefit out of it. Similarly, inventories, trade receivables, cash and cash equivalents, bank balance, and other financial assets. See, in here, the thing is that RP needs to decide whether he needs to appoint 3 into 2 registered valuer, or 1 into 2 or 2 into 2 based on the class of assets the company consists of. Suppose if the company CD, that is corporate data, consists of all 3 classes of assets, what is recommended is that, like IPE, there is RVE, registered valuer entity. Choose a registered valuer entity which has all 3 classes. Okay, in that case, the RP can provide information to one single registered valuer entity, so that all 3 activities can be done through one single entity. Instead of going to multiple persons, he can plan in that manner so that it will save his time, and added to that one information, same information is passed for all 3 classes. Okay, with regard to land and building, we will be seeing what are the things required and what are the problems we are facing with regard to land and building valuation. Okay, we have land is there. How do we value that land? We will be seeing which area it is located. How is its infrastructure? Whether it is close to the port or whether it is close to the railway station. What are the advantages and what are the disadvantages? If it is an industrial zone or where it is located, is there any threat from the government with regard to this? With regard to environmental pollutions, those things needs to be understood. Okay, then what is the value? Value it will fetch nearby land. It fetches. Or is there any problem with regard to the land? Whether any legal issue is there? Okay, I'll say the case of mine. In this case, in that case, we belong to resolution applicant. In that case, what has happened is that a factory, it's a mill, it's located in the factory, located in a zone which comprises of land belonging to the corporate data as well as to the promoter. I'll repeat again, a factory building. The factory building is located in the land. The land has multiple pieces of multiple survey numbers. In that survey number, few survey number belongs to the promoter. Okay, what has happened is that, and moreover, this lease, 99 lease was given earlier. That lease was cancelled later. In the information memorandum, what was given to the resolution applicant, there was no such distinction. See, it was still specified as leasehold property, but the lease was not effective. From 99 years, it has become 12 months lease. In that case, see, the information given in the information memorandum was not full-fledged. In that case, what has happened is that resolution applicant, assuming he's having full hold of the land where the factory buildings are situated, he assumed that and he has quoted a higher number. Later, when he was about to implement, when the resolution plan was about to implement it, he came to know there is a problem with regard to the land where the factory is situated. The ex-promoter, ex-director, he's also suspended director. He said he cannot give that land for factory purpose. Then the problem arose. In this case, see, one main problem is that information memorandum has not communicated what needs to be communicated. There is a flaw in the communication in the information memorandum. So whenever information memorandum is drafted, kindly ensure whether all the land specified in the information memorandum belongs to the company, CD, or the promoter or someone else. This can be obtained through EC. Kindly obtain the survey numbers and ensure these survey numbers as on the date of insolvency commencement date belong to the corporate data. Else, RP will be facing multiple issues. Then, with regard to plant and machinery, we should know, experts will know what are the technical specification, whether this is outdated or it has life, whether it is new, whether it is imported one, various information he will be having in hand. Again, he will be facing the problem if the machinery doesn't have, if the entire list of plant and machinery is not given to him, or half information is given, or the RP will not be able to provide full information because he may not have the information in hand. Books will not be maintained. In most of the CRP cases, books has not been maintained properly. In valuation of our case, what has happened when we asked the person to provide information, he said he asked for some amount. If you give the amount, we will give you the information. Think we can't step in for valuation purpose. I see, is it right on a part to give him some money and get the detail? See, information, books will not be maintained properly in most of the cases. In that case, this valuation will be a problem. But yet, this resolution professional has to ensure what are the maximum information they can give, they have to give, and they have to inform the COC what are the limitations they are having with regard to providing information, required information for registered valuer, not only registered valuer, even for other professionals who are involved in this process. Okay, coming to the next category of valuation, securities of financial assets. What is this people will be involved? Apart from land and building, plant and machinery, there are major other heads of income, other heads of assets. In this case, we will be having receivables. Trade receivables will be there. In this case, there could be n number of trade receivables a company may have. In this case, as a registered valuer, what is our duty is that we need to see whether that trade receivables are realizable. Okay, in this case, we can't just like that. We can't give just like that. We can't say it is receivable. It can be received. It cannot be received. What is required is that we have to see what is the aging, whether aging has been maintained by the company. Okay, if aging is maintained, then it will be easy for us to ensure, to show whether this amount can be realized or it cannot be realizable. And just to say realizability or not realizability, we have to see the industry in which the corporate debtor operates. For some concerns, 30 days could be a turnover data turnover period. For some cases, 180 days could be the data turnover period. It varies. So I can't say since it has exceeded 180 days, I can't say the realizability is less. I have to understand the industry in which it operates and the previous experience of the corporate data in relation to the particular transactions. Those things we have to see. Then alone, where receivables, as well as same concept I can apply for advances. Whether this advance could be security advance or it could be advances with the statutory department, even with the government department. Says deposits are there. In that case, I can't take it for granted. These deposits are the assets of the company. Because why I'm saying this is that there could be certain liabilities to the particular party. In that case, the party will not give the amount. They will adjust the outstanding with the advances, and if any alone, they will be giving. In that case, while doing valuation, we should ensure these such advances should not be taken as the asset. All these things can be done only when we obtain proper details. If the details are not proper, we will not be able to say this is receivable, this is not receivable. And again, whenever I'm giving some percentage, I have to substantiate. With regard to valuation, it has to be substantiated. Just like that, I can't give an arbitrary number, cannot be given and for realization. Okay, then coming to inventory. Inventory is always a question mark. We have to see who has to do the valuation. As I said earlier, if it is a real estate sector, in that case, even though it is inventory, it cannot be done by an SFA. It has to be done by a land and building valuer. Okay. Again, work in progress with regard to construction of a building or villa, it again moves to land and building. Similarly, plant and machinery, if the company is in production of plant and machinery, in that case, it will go to plant and machinery valuer. So the inventory valuation needs to be seen based on case-to-case basis. If suppose if this inventory is in of stock, shares, or livestock, those cases it falls in the hands of the SFA. We have to decide what sort of inventory is there. Who has to value such inventory? These things will be done by the resolution professional. In that case, sometimes what has happened, resolution professional by mistake, he would have given such inventory to SFA. SFA later can come and say, this doesn't belong to my territory. Kindly move this to land and building person or plant and machinery. In that case, scope of the land and building person or plant and machinery enhances. That one also we will see in that case, if there is enhancement of scope of work, how to address it, we will see in the upcoming slides. Then investments. Investment, I can have investment in a listed company, unlisted company, or even in my subsidiaries or joint ventures. So when I'm doing valuation of a holding company, I have to see what is the value of my investment in the subsidiary company. That one also needs to be seen. Okay. Then the next category is that cash and bank balance. Okay. Generally, what does that auditor do? They'll try to get the confirmation with regard to cash and bank balance. Okay. With regard to this one, generally we assume that there will not be much variations with regard to cash and bank balance. Cash, we can verify physically as on the CRP date. So to that extent, we can ensure the correctness of the cash balance. Coming to bank balance, here it is convenient for us. Anyway, as an RP, you people will be taking over the business. In that case, you will be moved to a signing authority. In that case also, you can obtain the details from bank directly to understand what was the balance as on the insolvency commencement date. Okay, now we will see why is this valuation is that important. What does it say? If evaluation numbers are slightly different, how does it will impact? We will see that one. Okay. Accurate valuation and its impact. Who is going to use a valuation report? It will be used by insolvency professional, COC member, NCLT, adjudicating authority. They will be referring this report, based on which the resolution plan will be moved. What are the valuation we are going here? The fair value, liquidation value. These are also used by IBBA to gauge the performance of the IBC, because we know very well coming to, after this IBC, there are cases which are resolved, but there are huge haircut. There are haircut to the extent of 80% of the loan also happens. Okay. The next thing is that valuation report reflects the value of the assets of the CD, ignoring the numbers stated in the financial statements. As I said earlier, financial statements will have various numbers, but which may or may not be true for valuation purpose. Because I may say I have 10,000 items of fixed assets, but in practical or in physical, that's why physical verification is required. Physically, if I go and see this, out of 1,000 line items, there could be 100 items which could have effective life and value. Others, it may not be of that use, or they may be of scrap state. Those things we can understand only when we make physical verification. And the next thing is that valuation report may create a dispute for FC and OC and may delay the insolvency process. Okay, why is that OC and FC needs to have dispute with regard to valuation report? Because the valuation report is given, if it is of lower value, who is going to be affected? OC will be deprived of any amount. FC also, but at least they will be getting some amount. Okay, the difference in facts between two valuation report can cause decision-making process complicated for IRP and RP. Okay, well, I'll explain this one. Whenever you get a valuation with two different numbers, first thing, you'll be getting a draft report. Instead of going to the third valuer, first try to understand whether the input you have given to the registered valuer have been understood by them correctly. Is there any gap in their understanding? Suppose if there is a gap in their understanding, first try to correct here before moving to the third valuer. Because if the third valuer's understanding is different, you will come again another report. Whenever there is a huge difference, we have to see input and what is the method they have adopted between these two valuers. Why there is such difference? You people, unless you know the basis of valuation, you will not be able to do your job in full-fledged. Okay. We will see if the asset is undervalued. If the business is undervalued, what will happen? Abnormal gain to the resolution applicant. Instead of 50C, if the registered valuer has valued it for 30C, is it not a benefit for the resolution applicant? He is getting an business which is 50 crore worth for 30 crore. So in that case, valuation will lead to a wrong thing and it will impact the registered valuer, and by the resolution applicant who are losing, FC and OC are losing. So the valuation needs to be done in a most effective manner. And the thing is that RP needs to provide the correct input to get the correct output. Then if it is overvalued, what will happen? Reversal will happen. We will not find resolution applicant. It will not be easy for the resolution professional to obtain a proper resolution applicant. Again, there will be a delay in the CRP process or in the liquidation process. Then already the assets are stressed assets. To get the proper, if it is overvalued, then again these assets have to be there in the books of the CD for years to come. So that's the reason this accurate valuation is a mandatory one. Okay. Next thing we will be discussing on the valuation and the challenges. Now the time is 3. We will have a short break till 3:10 and we'll resume. Is that fine?
Okay, madam.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. மூஞ்சிதான் சரியே இல்ல.
You can start, madam.
Okay.
Okay.
Please quit.
Okay. Next thing we shall see the valuation and its challenges. What are the challenges which has been faced by RV and IP? We'll be discussing in the next few slides. Okay. Here, the show cause notice was given to a person named Muttappa Timmayarasamy. He is a valuer and a plant and machinery. This is regarding CRP process of V3 Engineers Private Limited. What is specified in the show cause notice is that DRC, that is nothing but depreciated replacement cost, or the fair value of the assets has been appropriately adjusted to arrive at the liquidation value. I'll just say briefly what is the case here. Thing is that he has specified in his report that he has done this manner, that manner. He has given theoretically various statements. But coming to practical thing, while you are doing the valuation, he hasn't done certain things. So that show cause notice has been issued to this Muttappa. We will see in detail what is this case goes with. DRC are the fair value of the asset. This is the one which is stated in his report. Fair value of the asset has been appropriately adjusted to arrive at the liquidation value. As I said earlier, fair value to discount liquidation value, there will be some adjustments, correct? To arrive at the liquidation value of the assets, after deducting suitable cost of disposal, whether it is land and building or plant and machinery, there will be some adjustments with respect to fair value come liquidation value. There will be some adjustments will be there. Similarly, here the plant and machinery valuer also has done some adjustments. He has specified there, he has considered various factors such as industry's present economic outlook, changes in business dynamic, urgency of the situation, etc. And other professional judgment has been considered to estimate such discount, that is fair value to discounted value. He has specified certain grounds on which he has given the discount. Show cause notice alleges that there appears to be no convergence. There is no sync between the theory part and the valuation. Convergence between the methodology indicated by the RV in his valuation report and the final valuation figures estimated by him. Okay, the report claims to have taken into account factor. He has considered certain factors. It is not that thing he has ignored completely. He has considered such factors such as price from market, manufacturer, price indices, age, balance, life, salvage, obsolescence, etc., etc. He has considered. However, the show cause notice notes that it appears that the points that are conceptually important, that is theoretically important in the entire exercise, such as base value, use of indices, rate of depreciation due to wear and tear, other factors are missing. That is, the key factor is missing. That's the point which show cause notice has specified. And what is the impression they have taken is that RB has done the valuation in arriving at the liquidation arbitrarily in an ad hoc manner, not giving specific weightage to this factor, that factor. What is the crux of that is that whenever the valuation is done, we should give specific importance to various critical factors. And not only that, we have to specify in the report how this value has been arrived. Because I will explain what are the things a report should have. Those things also I will explain you. It should not be arbitrary. Okay, now the RV has stated that from his point, always show cause notice will be issued to make the other person to respond. Here, the RV has responded, has shown his computation sheet to showcase what he have done, how he has arrived at the liquidation value. Liquidation value has been arrived by giving a discount rate of 40% to the fair value, and he has arrived at the discounted value. He has specified certain factors here and there he has considered. But the authority was not fully were not convinced of such a statements. What they have done is that with regard to this particular case, they have given a warning and they have specified RB needs to be careful and diligent in future. And they have specified in preparation of valuation report, all material information be provided in the valuation report itself. It's not that thing something to be it is not the working papers which we need to have with ourselves. It is certain if it is material, that information needs to be provided in the valuation report to make the document complete in itself. Okay, leaving nothing to the discretion or the judgment or the interpretation of the stakeholder who intend to use it during the process. He cannot say this is discretionary, I will not give those sort of things. If it is material, kindly provide in the report. What does this RP needs to do? Resolution professional needs to do. This is most important because whenever you obtain a report from a registered valuer, whether it is land and building, plant and machinery or SFA, what is required is that you have to ensure whether certain important factors. I will explain what are those important factors, whether those factors are included in the valuation report. Okay, the next case we will see with regard to Asim Mighty. Here, this person is also plant and machinery valuer. This is the case, CRP case with regard to R&B Siemens Private Limited. What is the problem? Here, there are multiple problems. I have just summarized what are the problems what are the problems the authority has found in the report. In the report, he has missed to specify the valuation standard adopted. See, we know our secretarial standards, we have various standards, right? What is this thing is that instead of saying I have adopted international valuation standard, there are multiple standards. I have to specify specifically what standards I have chosen there. Secretarial standard 1, 2 or 3. How do we specify? As per secretarial standard 2, this value, this number has been, this provision has been dealt with. That manner you people generally do. Here with regard to valuation also same exercise is required but referring to different standard. Then issue regarding methodology adopted for valuation by the RV. What is this methodology? Generally, we classify valuation under 3 methods. One is market method, one is cost method, another thing is income method. Which method this person has failed to give elaborately, the information has not been provided. Then again, what the error he has made is that he has missed to inform how he has arrived at the liquidation value of productive assets. It is not there in the valuation report. Then again, estimation of FME, that is fair market value, and liquidation value in respect of vehicles and office equipments. See what is the authority expecting here is that they have divided various assets. For example, vehicles separately, office equipment separately, and other machineries they have classified it as different category. What they are looking for is that how each subclass of the asset has been valued. Liquidation value, for example, machinery, operating machinery, how it has been arrived for vehicle, for office equipments, each and everything. I will show our report with regard to SFA. Now, with regard to plant and machinery, for each class, I have to say how this value has been arrived. Just it's not an arbitrary, it is not an ad hoc number, importance needs to be given. Then purchase price, installed capacity, and condition of PM. P&M is required. Why is that installed capacity and condition is required? Because when I'm doing a valuation, based on this installed capacity, a product will be valued, right? For example, in our case, fridge. Thing is that as the capacity increases, rate also increases. So what is the capacity? He has missed to specify in his valuation report. And other thing, valuation of inventory in the report also was missed in the report given by Asim. So what is that case is that he has been given show cause notice. And the valuation was conducted in 2019. Asim has given a reply stating that this valuation has been done in the early stages of valuation. So he couldn't do these things properly. Is it fair? Thing is that, see, whether it is new or it has crossed 5 years, doesn't matter, because whatever we have studied at the base level, same thing is repeated with some changes. So I can't ignore the base. See, every year, if you see, there is some development over the existing code or existing regulation or rules or standard, whatever be, but the base needs to be followed. So in this case, the verdict was such that he was suspended for 6 months. This is the case with regard to Asim Mighty. Then we will move to another case, that is with regard to Bashir, Gopal Lal Bashir. Here he is an RP. IRP was an IRP and RP. Okay, here what has happened is that he has made multiple issues. He has done multiple errors. Okay, I'll just say main error and the other error. With regard to valuation, I will detail. For other errors, I'll just give a one liner. Okay. Here, the thing is that he has given an information. Information in the IM and the valuation report are different. Here, with regard to resolution professional, kindly ensure you provide the right information. Whatever information you gather, try to collect properly. Because it is based on your work, entire CRP process runs. If there is a lag in your work, it will reflect in others also. So kindly ensure whatever you do, you have a proper checklist for each and every activity. You divide the activity, have a checklist, and ensure whether you have complied. And with regard to regulations and the code doesn't change often, but regulation we can see changes. Kindly ensure that you are updated with the code of regulations then and there. Fine. That here we'll move on to the issue. Here what has happened is IMS information memorandum. Information memorandum, by mistake, the resolution professional has given the FAR area, that is floor area ratio. Floor area ratio, that is total area to the particular land area. He has specified that as 47,146 square meter. But in the valuation report, the total area of the property mentioned was 73,090 square meter. Is there a vast difference in that? See, IM is the data, information memorandum is the data based on which resolution applicant, that is a friend book for them, based on which resolution applicant are giving their plan. In this case, the area is larger in number, but by mistake, RP has given a lesser number. Right. And this added to this is a commercial property. With regard to commercial property, FAR as well as non-FAR area are important. That is the area in which the building is situated and the area where the building is not situated. Is it not important for a commercial property? By mistake, he hasn't covered it properly. Here the Bashir has missed, because of lack of diligence, he has missed to inform correctly in IM. That's why whenever I say it's not an easy task at all. RP needs to have a clear framework, needs to understand things in depth. Before giving any information to any person, any professional, because he can engage multiple professionals, right? So he has to give proper information. Okay, apart from that, this is one issue he has made. Why this issue is important? Because every time we will see what is the purpose of this in CRP or insolvency thing, IBC code, maximization of asset. What is the maximum value that an RP can bring for that particular CD? That is a base, right? Here what has happened is that, say, he has given a number wrongly, 47,000 versus 73,000. The number has a huge variance. In this case, as RA, resolution applicant has been given a wrong information. Okay, that's why this case is very crucial. Added to that, this is not one error. Added to that, he has made another error also. What he has made is that he has admitted a claim which is a time barred by Limitation Act. Okay, time barred in the sense, generally with regard to debtors and creditors, generally we say 3 years is a time frame. If there is a gap between the bill or the follow-up to the date of claim submitted, if it is more than 3 years, he cannot make a legal suit, right? So, okay. So earlier itself, NCLT has rejected the claim of the particular person. Okay. Then later, in this case of Beyond Impacts Private Limited, this has entered into CRP process through another person. Okay. Now the person whose application was rejected by NCLT, stating that it was barred by limitation, has been accepted by Bashir, while the person has submitted the claims. Okay. The thing is that RP doesn't have the right of rejection. But prima facie, you can check certain things, whether the claim is legally valid. Those things are the duty of the RP to do, which Bashir has missed to do. Okay. And another scenario with regard to claim, there is one person, Evershine Builders Private Limited. They have submitted a claim for 141 crores. Okay, later they have revised the claim to 34 crores. Later they have revised the claim to 15 crores. See the numbers 141 to 34 to 15C. How this number varies? Why this person, Bashir, has admitted 141 crore claim on what basis? Thing is that he has admitted based on the collateral checks. See, collateral is a guarantee for non-performance you can take from me. He has admitted that, but he has missed to see there is a arbitration judgment which stated that the amount due to that Evershine is only 15 crores. See, when the RP does this claim verification, kindly ensure that it is submitted by proper supportings. It is collateral checks is not basis for admitting the claim. This is another issue he has committed. Another thing is that you people know when an RP is appointed, he has to take the custody of the assets of the corporate data wherever it is. Here, again, he has missed to take the custody of assets, which was under the economic offense wing, where whatever be the thing, he has to take the assets, custody of CD assets. He has missed to take up such assets also. In this case, what has happened is that the verdict was in that manner. He was suspended for 2 years. Okay, so RP's activity are crucial activities. It's not like CA or CS. It's more crucial. We have to be more vigilant because each data provided by you is very important. Okay, then we'll move to the next case, Rana Saria case. What does this has happened? We will see. Here two valuations are there. Each first valuation and the second valuation numbers are not significantly different. What was the first number? If you see 126 crores and the second valuer number was 121 crores. In spite of that, a resolution professional has gone for a third valuation. When the third valuation is required, when there is a significant difference, it is required. But now what has happened is that on COC's request, this person who resolution professional has gone for a third valuation. And NCLT also has approved the third valuation number based on that resolution plan has been submitted. 52.69 crore was the valuation given by the third valuer. Here, if you see 126 versus 121 versus 52. Later, the applicant moved to NCLAT, stating that here there is no necessity of third valuer, but still the resolution professional has gone for third valuation, which is not right and which is not as per the code. Okay, stating this ground, and NCLAT has also accepted the code doesn't permit for third valuation when there is no significant difference. So this approval after the plan which was approved was rejected. Okay, this order was passed on 12th April 2022. That is after this order has been passed during the month of June or July 22. This regulation has been amended in such a way not only significant difference also matters, but also if the COC feels that irrespective of the significant difference, if they feel that they may ask for third valuation and they may go with the third valuation. It was accepted at the later stage. Okay, here it was said no. Later, regulation was amended in such a way favoring this case. Okay, then this case is with regard to Periyaswamy Palani counter. Okay, here what has happened is that, again, this is with regard to physical verification of assets. This was the time this case, this CRP process happened during the COVID period. Okay, here the valuer, two valuers has been appointed. The two valuers are from Delhi and the property is located in Chennai, Tamil Nadu. What has happened is that, see, this person, this two valuer haven't reached the site. They haven't physically verified the properties. Okay, but they gave a valuation. That valuation was 25% less than the actual market price. That being the case, this corporate data person has filed a suit stating that the valuation is not done properly. It is not conducted as required. The valuation is very, very low. That is 25% below the market price. And he has claimed that the persons are from Delhi and they have done they haven't done the physical verification, which is not acceptable since the act says it has to be physically verified. Okay, which is the main component which is missing. So this resolution plan, here also resolution plan has been accepted at based on the lower value. Later, this plan was also rejected on the ground stating that valuation was not as per the requirement of the regulation. Any doubt still here? Any doubt? Okay, I'll move on to the next one. Okay, generally what is said is that earlier cases, if you see, they will generally accept, will generally favor the resolution registered valuer, stating that they have knowledge, they know how to do the valuation. That was the earlier grounds. That grounds protected the registered valuer. Now it is not the case. Now they say, see, the thing is that if there is a flaw, it has to be accepted irrespective of the who has done the valuation, whether it is a registered valuer. Earlier also COC members were protected, stated that they have commercial wisdom, they know what to do. So many grounds they were protected. Now it is not the case, it differs. So we have to ensure we are doing the work in a most appropriate manner. Okay, the next case is that we will see, okay, we know that valuation can be needs to be obtained from two persons. If there is a difference between two valuer, I can go for the third valuer. Okay, and now it has been added, if COC desires to have the third valuation, they can do it very well. And apart from that, there is one more thing, one more person who can ask for valuation. That is none other than adjudicating authority. In this case, okay, resolution plan has been submitted to the adjudicating authority. Adjudicating authority, after seeing the numbers, he was not convinced. He has said that this plan, this value is lower value. So he himself, that is adjudicating authority, it is not the COC, it is not the resolution professional, adjudicating authority, he himself has directed to have the fresh valuation. Okay, see, these are also the cases, this can also happen. So we need to ensure even the resolution plan is executed, has been approved by COC, it doesn't mean that it will be approved by adjudicating authority. So we have to ensure all valuation has been executed in a proper manner. Okay. Then we'll move on to a pharmaceutical case. Okay, here what was the issue is that two valuers has been appointed. By mistake, what has happened is that they haven't considered the intangible assets valuation. They have completely ignored the intangible asset. But unfortunately, both the valuers have ignored the intangible assets valuation. Intangible assets, as you people know, it is nothing but the brand, patent, trademarks, so many things are there. These also goodwill, those things have been ignored by these valuers. Okay, in that case, in that case, what has happened is that there is an error in the report, and the fresh valuer was required to be appointed to the limited extent, not to the full extent. He is not going to carry out the entire valuation again. What is left out earlier? Intangible asset valuation. To that extent alone, the person has been appointed to carry out the valuation in accordance with international standards of valuation of a pharmaceutical company. It is Unimark Remedies Limited. Okay, in that manner. So it's again the duty of the resolution professional to ensure whether all the assets have been valued. Intangible assets also has value. Sometimes if you are buying a software, which is a tally software, it is not of major value. If it is ignored, doesn't matter. We know certain, if you know a manufacturing company where they are intended to do some work with regard to their intangibles with their own combinations and other thing, in that case, we should know whether intangible assets needs to be given importance or not. So we should, as a resolution professional, you people are advised to have a basic knowledge of various assets, and while obtaining the report, kindly just check whether importance has been given to all the assets. If not, kindly obtain the reason while they are submitting the draft report why this asset has not been considered. Obtain the reasoning. If you are convinced with the reason provided by the registered valuer, accept it and document it. What reason that has been done. Like auditing, here also documentation plays a vital role. See, you would have come to a conclusion, resolution professional would have come to a conclusion based on some information. Ensure you maintain that information, evidence. It will help you in your professional process. Okay. Now we will just see certain valuation process by registered valuer under CRP and liquidation. Okay. See, there is something called business value and enterprise value, which is again important for a resolution professional to understand what is this business valuation and enterprise valuation, which is that we are going to see in the next few slides. There are various things basic things which you people need to understand. Premise of value. Premise of value means what is that asset going to be used? What is the intended usage of the asset? Okay. Then apart from business, this business valuation needs to consider economic analysis also needs to be done. Industry analysis before doing business valuation. Company analysis, management needs to be interviewed. Here suspended directors needs to be interviewed. But it is difficult task because most of the cases we will not get support from management. Sometimes they will lock and go. We need to be back of them because more than CA and CS, this is time-bounded exercise. We have to complete on this day. Else we will be questioned. COC will be back of us. Why it is not done? They may know the problem, but they still pressure is on the RP to ensure the work is executed. We should know valuation approaches, what type of approach can be used for the particular scenario. Discount for lack of control and discount for lack of marketability. Generally, these two things will be applicable for other valuation. For IBC, we don't apply it in full. Okay. We will see that. Okay, with regard to CRP process, how the valuation will be conducted? We will be conducting the CRP valuation as a going concern. We assume that particular company is going to exist in near future or for years to come. That's the basis of which the CRP process valuation will be conducted. Coming to liquidation, what value will be doing? We'll be doing realizable value. On what scenarios? There are 6 scenarios. What are they? We will be saying that if you assume a company has multiple assets, multiple divisions, in that case, it is the thing RP will be saying, or RP in consultation with COC, a stakeholders committee. Liquidation rights, so stakeholders committee. In consultation with stakeholder committee, they will be informing the registered valuer how they want the valuation to be conducted. Whether they want the assets on a standalone basis. Various assets are there, assets on a standalone basis. By standalone basis, I'll be selling the particular machinery on a standalone basis. Auction will be for the particular department or particular division. Or assets in a slum sale, undertaking. As an undertaking, I'm going to sell. Who will be giving instruction to RV? While the RP will be resolution professional. In consultation, they can't take the stand as such because they are the front face for stakeholders consultation committee, right? Okay, how they want to sell, in that manner alone, liquidator can proceed. Then next thing, set of assets collectively. For example, one department assets collectively or assets in parcel. I can choose X and not X plus 1 or X plus 2. I may choose Y. Assets in parcels like food. Like the food we order in hotels. In that manner also valuation can be conducted. Then corporate debtor as a going concern. Here, liquidation can move back as CRP. What is stated is that even in liquidation, as you people know, it can be sold as a going concern. Okay, even after CRP process, the liquidator has to make an attempt to sell it as a going concern as a first option. In case that is not feasible alone, the other components comes into picture. Then the last category is that business of the corporate debtor as a going concern. Leave the corporate debtor as a whole. Business of the corporate debtor as a going concern. In that manner also, they can request the registered valuer to do the valuation. Okay, as I said earlier, it is the responsibility of the resolution professional to understand the assets covered. Land and building, first they have to take a list of assets, what they have, who can do the valuation, and they have to give the scope. Okay, and they have to give the list of categories of assets, whatever they have in hand. Actually, it may differ, that's different thing, but they have to give what is in their hand, what they have collected recently, another thing. And added to that, if you see, in one case of ours, see, we have obtained the audit report, but in the audit report, it is clearly specified that fixed assets verification has not been conducted for past 2 years. In that case, again, RP will not have the complete data. That's why I'm saying whatever data you people have, kindly share. Just say the source from where you have obtained the data. If it is land and building, certainly there will be survey numbers. There will be saying it is a blueprint. In the blueprint, we know what are the survey numbers comprised in the land and comprised in the CD. Okay, in one case of ours, in the balance sheet of the company CD, it was not a particular survey number was not specified, but what has happened is that that survey number belongs to the CD. Okay, the ex-suspended director has sold such asset recently. See how much flaw is happening. See, that asset belongs to the CD. Suspended director, in spite of liquidation process is going on, he has sold the asset. Okay, here the criminal issue starts and other things starts, that's a different story. So as such, here what will happen in the particular case, RP will also be questioned. Why is that? How was that particular asset, okay, has been sold by the suspended director, because that asset detail was missing in the IM. So IM is most important. Try to collect most information and see from which source you have collected. Okay, in that case, earlier auditor has missed to include such a survey number in the asset. Okay, that's the reason this person has sold the asset. It has not come into CRP process at all. So these are the things which is very crucial, but if you give importance and if you ensure or you have covered in full, if you are taken due care, then to maximum extent, RP will be saved. Then understanding key information and limitations. So as I said earlier, always a CRP process or liquidation process always goes with limitation. Why with the limitation? Main thing, we will not be able to get detail. Just like our profession, CS or CA, whatever we will be getting support from our client to major extent. Some cases alone, it doesn't happen. Major extent, here we can say, if you are not giving, I can say, I'm not interested to take up your assignment. That's not the case. Here, once we have taken the assignment, we have to struggle to obtain the information. So here, the thing is that data valuation and limitation on physical inspection. Here, in one case of ours, the persons have not allowed the resolution professional to enter the office. Okay, things were locked, and the computer, if you see, the hard drive was taken. However, we have the details. It was really difficult. See, we can give complaints. Say code says we can give, where there is no support, give the complaint. Complaint has to be given, it has been given, but we will be facing the difficulty. See, just that's what I've said. When you are doing a particular activity, just have it for a separate checklist. Whenever you face a problem, see what next. If it is if the code supports you or the regulation supports you, go with that. Or else obtain the approval of adjudicating authority when you are deviating from the code or from the regulation. That is very, very important. Okay. And the next thing is that once you obtain the details, or once you are in the process of obtaining the details with regard to CD, due diligence of the data obtained is required. Okay. If you see, if the book has so many assets, please don't go with it. We have to ensure whether the charge has been created. If the charge, whether it is specified in the audit report, that matters. May be specified, may not be specified. There is no hard and fast rule. If it is not specified, auditor will be questioned. Nothing like that. So we have to ensure whether the data given in the whether the data collected from the company, from the charge data, from the audit report, from the external information, like we have various other data where the charge created details are there. With that thing set aside, with that details also, we can ensure these are the assets of the company. Okay, then again that we have to inspect, we have to inquire certain things. We will have some we have to inquire whether the data is obtained or correct. Is there any intuition which says that there could be some error in the data obtained? Kindly go with an investigative mind, so that at least we'll get some information. Whatever you do, kindly obtain the evidence. In some cases, what has happened is that land will be there, but the people will not share you the title. That we'll be facing multiple problems, but we need to know how to face the problems. Okay, it is not a clean, it will be clean slate later, but the RP is the one who has to struggle to obtain various details to provide to various professionals. Okay. The valuation assignment involves reliance on the information supplied by the party other than the registered valuer. Consideration should be given as to whether the information is credible or the information may be relied upon without adversely affecting the credibility of the valuation opinion. We have to depend upon multiple sources to ensure that data what we have is right, or there are some you feel some gap in the data obtained. Next thing, we shall move with the valuation approaches. What are the approaches? The basic three approaches are market approach, income approach, cost approach. I'll just explain, I'll not explain in detail, I'll just say what is what. Market approach, we call it as observable data, non-observable data. Observable data. What is this observable and non-observable data? The data what we can observe from the market. For example, Tata shares, Infosys shares. It is a value. I can value Tata and Infosys based on the market capitalization, right? Which is readily available. I know what price I need to pay to buy a shares of Tata or Infosys, right? See, in that case, if I'm going to value a software company, I can have a comparable. I can use comparable company method. I have to see, well, choosing this method just like that, I can't go. I can't. Is for example, if for example, a software company which is 5 years old, I can't take, and the turnover of that company is 100 crores. I can't do a direct comparison with Infosys, right? Because whenever I compare, I have to see, I have to take the data of the company of similar size. Same company, same industry is fine, agree. But we have to see whether it is of the same size also matters there. Because the industry of larger size will have various advantages or disadvantages. Same thing cannot be applied. So whenever I do this comparable company method, even though similar industry exits the market, I can't go just like that. I have to see of this 100 crore, I can choose 200 crores. Similar to that alone, I have to compare and have to take up the data, observable data from the market. Comparable transaction, I don't have exactly, but the transaction is similar. In that case also, I can go with the market approach. Then most cases, income approach. What is this income approach? To make it very simple, it is the income. We know every company is valued based on the income, what it is going to earn in future, right? That based on that income be discounted. We will ensure that we obtain data for the explicit period, then terminal value data will be obtained. Then based on that, income will be discounted, right? Discounted, and valuation of the company will be arrived in one such scenario. In this case, again, it's not an easy task. We have to ensure the projections, what we have obtained, is in line with the earlier trend the company is operating. If the trend changes, what makes the change in the trend? Why from 5% growth, now the people have given 25%, 50% growth rate? Those things needs to be seen. Okay, then cost approach. Cost approach, for example, and actually what we can say is it's a replacement cost method. For example, I'm going to buy a land. I buy a land. I can see if a company has a land, instead of buying the land from the company, any doubt? Okay, see what is the case is that where I can replicate the situation. Okay, instead of buying the company or acquiring the company through IBC, can I create my own company? In that case, what will happen? If I can create a company with 10 crore, I will not be ready to pay more than that for the company which is in existence, provided it has its own intangible assets like brand, something. So if the company has capital equipment of the same size of my plant, but I will be seeing what is the advantage of going and buying the company when I can acquire my own equipment and do my things entirely on my own. So this cost approach, I am just rebuilding the company on my own and just comparing the cost. What is the advantage the company gives me when I'm buying instead of creating the own company? Those sort of approaches, three main approaches are here. Okay. Here, what is specified is that registered valuers are not required to use more than one method for valuation of the asset. Particularly, see, there are three methods we have seen. We can go for one method or we can go for multiple method. One method, if I'm choosing, I have to see high degree of confidence. This is the way this company is going to operate. When I have the high degree of confidence in accuracy and reliability, I can go with one single method. Else, I have to use multiple methods, and I will be giving weightage also to various methods. That means I can use market approach method also and income approach method also and arrive at the value, and I will be giving some percentage to various methods. Okay, we will see some valuation key aspects which an RP needs to know so that they can avoid the problems which may arise in future. Okay, current malpractice. What is a current malpractice? Sometimes it is in all cases. Sometimes what happens is that for fair value, some valuer just give it as a net asset value, asset minus liability as a fair value. Is this right? It is not right. It is to be noted that fair value mentioned in IBC, what does it mean to capture is that enterprise value of the company under CIRP. Now we will see what is this enterprise value. Okay, see, if you take a company, the company will have various assets. Certain assets are recorded in the books, certain assets are not recorded in the books. What do I say? Unrecorded in books, there could be some contingent asset, some could be my goodwill, patent, which is under registration. So many items are there. That doesn't mean all the assets are recorded, because for accounting, for auditing purpose, we have to follow Schedule 3. What does it say? Accordingly, I think we can do. But the company can have assets more than what is recorded. Correct? Okay. See, basically what will happen is that the value of the asset is driven by the income that it will generate in future. To that thing, what I will be adding is that non-earning assets. Non-operating assets. What does it mean? The company will earn income from its operating cash inflows, right? Over and above, the company may have investments in Tata, Infosys, multiple other companies. that valuation also needs to be added to the operating revenue. Okay. The next thing we will be seeing is that two value indicator. Resolution professional also have to check whether the valuer has considered two value indicators derived independently from two approaches before arriving at the valuation conclusion. As I said earlier, I can go for the one method or I can have the combination of method. When I choose a combination of method or one method, I should have justification for the work I have done. Okay. As per international valuation standard, this is one thing which is very, very important. Valuer is prohibited from assigning weightage to each value in order to arrive at the value conclusions. What does it state is that, see, if I'm having two values, that is, as per market approach, I'll be having 1,000 rupees as my share price. With regard to income approach, I may have 5,000 as my share price. Okay, in this case, can I average it? They say strictly no, prohibited. Why? In the sense, because this some input with regard to market value or the income value, some gap is there. Kindly address that one. Then you just see the valuation. That's what is specified here is that valuer is required to check the underlying assumptions, inputs, as well as the assumptions. Discount rate, whatever that has been used, I have to ensure it has been correctly used. Employed in calculation of each value indicators and reduce the gap. See, from 1,000 and 5,000, I should try to understand where is the gap. Where is the input difference? Where is the assumption? Where the assumption has gone wrong? Those things I have to study in detail before doing average of the two outcomes. Okay. Then the next thing is that we will see business value and enterprise value. We'll see little depth. Okay. RP generally wants to know what is the value they are going to determine. RP has to keep in mind that in case value of business is derived by employing income approach or market approach. Okay. The value determined business in which the company is engaged. Okay, the business, what the company is, what income the business is generating is a business value. To that, what needs to be added to bring it the enterprise value? The company may have certain non-operating assets, investment in subsidiaries, investment in shares, investment in debentures. These are non-operating assets, right? These are value of these assets. If market value is determinable, obtain that number and add to the business value already determined. Okay, so business value plus value of the non-operating assets will give us enterprise value. Why you people need to worry about the enterprise value? Enterprise value is a value which you are requesting the registered valuer to bring it out. Right? The fair value of the non-operating assets is added to the business value determined by the SFA valuer to arrive at the enterprise value. Okay. Then the next thing is that there is some concept called FCFF and FCFE, free cash flow for firm and free cash flow for equity. These are the two terminologies which is required to be known to a resolution professional. What is this? Free cash flow for firm is, it generally gives the enterprise value because that's a value for equity shareholders, loan persons, preference shareholders. If free cash flow for equity means what is the value for the equity shareholders? In that case, preference shares, debentures, loan parties will be removed from that valuation. Okay. We know what is the purpose of value with regard to IBC. We have only two purposes. One is fair value or liquidation value with respect to CRP process, realizable value with respect to liquidation. Another thing is that this terminology I have already specified, premise of value. These things are important. Even though you are an RP, these terminologies are important because when you receive a report from a valuer, they will be specifying this sort of words. Okay, premise of value should be clearly mentioned in the valuation report. The premise of value means, as I said earlier, intended use of the subject asset. What is the purpose of the asset that is held by the CD? Premise of value can be either highest and best use, current use, orderly liquidation, forced liquidation. I'll just say what is this highest and best use. We will, in short, we will be saying it as HABU. Highest and best use. For example, a company holds a land. That land is a vacant land. Okay. Right now they have used that land for what purpose? For parking of vehicles. Right. Okay. If that land is sold to someone else, in that case, he can use the land for same purpose, or he can build a mall, or he can build a factory if it is permissible. See, the land which is used for vehicle parking for one person, it is not that same, it is not used for vehicle parking by the other person. See, vehicle parking may not give them much revenue. If it is let out, if there is a mall, if there is an industry, it will have different value, right? What is the best value that particular asset? Land can give me much value if it is used for commercial purpose. All right, like a mall and industrial use, or if it is let out, it will have different use than just having for vehicle parking purpose. Then current use. Current use, what is the current use of that land? It is used for vehicle parking purpose. You know what is orderly liquidation and forced liquidation. What IBC talks about is orderly liquidation, because we have 1 year time to take up the liquidation. Okay, so IBC covers orderly liquidation. This highest and best use generally comes for non-financial assets. Here, parking of that land, in the particular case, land, if you see, it is not giving any production. It is not my operating asset. It is my non-operating asset. Okay, generally, HABU comes for non-operating assets. Okay. Next, we'll move to the next concept, enterprise value market approach. In case RP used market approach and not income approach, the company, Bhushan Steel also we can take. We can have Tata Steel. In that case, for valuing Bhushan Steel, the RP would have requested to use market approach, because I have a comparable, right? RP should check the comparable data considered by the valuer as a benchmark. Here, your role is further extended. What is the comparable data the valuer has used? Okay, in that case, you can check why he has used that data. What are the areas which we have to see with regard to by benchmark? Thing is that we have to see few things. Number of employees. Okay, what is the asset size of both the comparables, and what is the revenue it has earned so far? Okay, similar sort of things we have to check. In that case, if it is comparable, then you can take that data as comparable. Okay, it is not an apple to apple. We are looking for apple to orange of similar size. That will be better. That will be the proper way to do the valuation. Okay, then again, if it is not listed in India, it may be listed in US or UK. Please don't consider that one, because their economic situation is different. Our economic situation is different. So if it is listed in India, that's the first option. If you are choosing US or UK, we have to give various discount rates to bring line with that one. Okay, benchmark can be similar business. It's not same business. The word here is similar business will do, which is traded on the stock exchange, from which price to earnings multiple. Thus, we call it as PE ratio. What is the earnings of this company into the market price of that company? Okay, that can be used with some adjustments if it is listed. Okay, if the similar business is not traded, it's not traded on stock exchange, that is provide companies. In that case, how is that any other way to value? Yes, there is a value way. Private equity transaction in the past 6 months. See, you would have seen that there are various types of funding. Seed funding, crowdfunding. There are various A, B, C, section A, section B, various parts of fundings are there. We have to ensure whether the company, whether the private limited company have gone for such sort of funding. In that case also, that could be all. From that also, we can arrive at the multiple to value the company which is under IBC. Okay. Similarly, cost approach, as I said earlier, similarly, we have to see whether if I can reconstruct the same, what will be my cost. We have seen liquidation value in orderly transaction. Then next point, which is very, very important, is that input for valuation. RP should go through this section of the valuation report. Valuer gets inputs and assumptions from who? Management, RP and other sources. valuer is supposed to assess the credibility of the inputs for determining the value. Valuer RP should check the source of inputs, what assumptions, whether he has done due diligence on the credibility of inputs. Due diligence is not only applicable for RP, registered valuer also. Because once we get a projection, just like that, we can't go and adopt it. We have to see the ratio. What is the trend? What is the expenses versus sales? What is the expenses versus trade receivables, trade creditors? So many things. We have to have some ratio analysis. Analytical study, basic analytical study is must to understand whether the number given for projection is to be accepted, or it needs to be modified in such a way, certain analytical ratio which is not in order to be corrected. Okay, now we'll move on to practical issues and recommendations. Okay, we'll see the first issue and we'll see the response. First thing, insolvency professional is whether they have to review the valuation report, or what precaution should an IP consider while accepting the valuation report. Okay, resolution professional can't say it's not my duty, I'm not an RV to do the value, to ensure whether the valuation has been given correctly or not. It is not that manner. He has to see, he has some responsibility. Insolvency professional has some responsibility, should review. Okay, what is the case is that they should review the valuation report to ensure it is it comprehensively covered all the assets, so that the maximum value of the assets of the CD under CRP process can be realized. We have seen a case earlier. In the particular case, intangible has been missed out. Okay, if the RP has seen that properly, it would not have gone to NCLT or NCLAT. So certain problems can be addressed at his level itself. So he should ensure proper due diligence has proper review. It's not due diligence, proper review has been done by him after he has received the draft report. Then second thing is that IP should also ensure that all details pertaining to related party transactions are adequately captured in the valuation report. Why this related party transaction has been given special separate importance? Because we should generally know whenever we sell the things or capital assets to a related party, the transaction is at arm's length. Okay, for that special importance has been given here. IP should ensure that valuation reports follow ICAI or internationally accepted valuation standards. Okay, apart from internationally accepted valuation standards, ICAI has also given various standards. Almost 9 standards has been given for valuation purpose. We have to see actually the code, IBC code talks about only international valuation standards. But here we can ICAI standards are also has been framed in line with internationally accepted standards in most to the extent possible. Okay, we can follow ICAI standards also, but for IBC purpose, since the regulations say specifically internationally accepted standards, we can go with internationally IDS. IP should ensure that methodology, process, assumptions, etc. are appropriately applied by the corporate data. For that, only when IP understands something about registered valuation, he can comment on this subject. Okay, he need not be an expert, but he can understand and he can develop the knowledge. Okay, the next question arises is that what shall be the validity period of the valuation report where IBC process gets elongated or there has been subsequent material events? Fine. Okay. The thing is that we know CRP process maximum thing 330 days. Liquidation 1 year. Suppose it goes beyond it, is it necessary for the resolution professional to go for another valuation? Okay. Thing is that, say, event matters. Generally, it is said that for liquidation, if COC permits or significant difference, it can go. But here they also permit. for the another valuation. Suppose there is a drastic change. For example, before COVID, valuation was different. After COVID, valuation was different. Another thing, recession and can make some industry go up, go down. So if any political decisions, sanctions, for example, plastic industries. Once upon a time, plastic was quite accepted. Later, the order has been proposed. In various states, the plastic will be banned in 6 months' time. So my valuation will not change before and after. So these things to be considered. Okay. Generally, no valuation report will not be required, because if there is a significant changes and make that valuation not in order, we can go for another valuation. Okay. See, first thing is that we will be getting a draft valuation report from the registered valuer, correct? Okay. Will the draft valuation number and the final valuation number can change? Yes, it can change on few circumstances only. Additional data has been received after the draft report. This can happen. As I said earlier, see, one class of asset, I thought it has to be done by an SFA. Later, when the SFA has done his valuation, he said it is not under my territory. It has to move to plant and machinery. So additional work comes to plant and machinery person, right? In that case also, it may change. Even before draft also, he can provide information. Doesn't matter. Okay. There are circumstances. There are certain circumstances based on which assumption has been made that has changed. Some assumptions based on which it has changed. In that case also, see, for example, I would have taken a discount rate based on some factors. Later, some changes has happened. It has made the person register valuer to change the discount rate. Okay. Additional information was made available. Earlier, I was not received full information. Now I'm getting additional information. Will my valuation number will not change? Certainly it will change. See, this will change based on the materiality. How far is it significant? Only few changes I can go with the earlier numbers. If the data obtained is significant, where I felt I will not obtain the information, now I'm obtaining the information. In that case, my draft and the final valuation number will change. Fine. The next thing is that can an RP or COC interfere in the valuation exercise? This is very, very vital thing. See, what is that is RP and COC. Can they interfere in the valuation exercise? Strictly no. But they can guide. Guide is different and they can interfere is different, because RP is a professional, RV is a professional. Both professionals. So independence is required. If RP is instructing RV, then there is no independency. Then he can't come out with his number. RP will be directing and the numbers will be based on an RP's color, which is not the one which is warranted. Okay. Here, in an IBB order, in an IBB order, what is given is that a proper understanding of the liquidation value is crucial to protect the interest of the stakeholders and to formulate a compliant resolution plan. Correct. For both liquidation and CRP, it is required. Any error in determining the liquidation value in the CRP can have far-reaching consequences. Any error in valuation will have a problem. Okay. Even the resolution plan, we have seen a case, right? Appu Hotels. Appu Hotels, what has happened is that the plan which has been approved because of the valuation error, incorrect valuation, resolution plan approved has been rejected, right? So that matters. Okay, valuation needs to be conducted independently by the valuer without the influence of any stakeholders. So he will be acting independently. You can guide, you can change, you can give them, you can advise them, but not, you can't go and enter into the method they have adopted. You have certain limitation. Okay, what kind of intervention is required by user for determination of value by two registered valuer without interfering in the independent status of the valuer? This one we have explained. When two valuers give two different numbers, please wait. Kindly don't go for the third valuer immediately. What is required is that what is the, what is the assumption, what is the output, what makes two output in a different manner. Understand from the two valuers. Based on that, if things to be corrected, correct at the draft level, ensure that both the people have corrected and obtain the different number. In case after changing the input, after changing the assumption, also the figures are different, no other go, third valuer comes into picture. Then, where the valuation report needs to be shared with the X management, correct? We know that it has to be shared with the COC, correct? Now the question arises, X management. What is that? Can we give or can we should not give? We will see here. There is no specific provision for not sharing the copy of valuation report with X management. However, the intent of the code is to maximize the value, and all concerned persons shall be given an access to the document, as the same is crucial for deciding the worth of the corporate data subject to the undertaking of the confidentiality. This is what we have said. You can give it to the corporate data, but you have to get a declaration. Also, X management is a part of COC, even though without voting, they don't have voting rights. They can attend the meetings. They don't have right to vote. Okay, so they can also have the access to all documents. Similarly, they can have access to valuation report. Then the next thing is that here we have seen the similar scenario in one particular case of Kavita Surana. She is an RP. What has happened is that she has allowed, based on the COC's order, instruction, that's not instruction, she has asked the registered valuer to value the personal guarantor assets. Okay. Then disciplinary action was taken against her. Why? Because it is not, as per the code, it is the thing we have to value only the CD. Only the corporate data's assets needs to be valued. Okay, not the asset of the personal guarantor. Okay, if it is the thing, we have to restrict ourselves to corporate data's assets alone. Another one thing also I just want to mention here, in Sutana Singh, what has happened is that he was IRP, RP and liquidator, all three. Okay, in particular case of IBRCL Limited, what has happened is that the company was in liquidation. No, during that time, what he has said is that apart from earnest money deposit, okay, he has instructed the person, if there is resolution applicant, prospective resolution applicant, to deposit non-refundable deposit of 25 lakhs. Okay, what he has instructed? He has instructed that every prospective applicant have to deposit, apart from earnest money deposit, they have to deposit 25 lakhs as non-refundable. They cannot get the earnest money. If they win, it will not be given. If they don't win, it has to be reimbursed. But here he has made a new condition stating that it has to happen. Due to this, the resolution applicant and turnout was lesser in number. So, okay, this is an issue against that Sutanu Singh. Okay, another thing is that he has appointed another, when the company was in liquidation, he has appointed another liquidator. He can appoint, what is the time frame? Time frame is 7 days of the commencement of liquidation. The person has the right to appoint a liquidator, appoint a registered valuer, right? But he, after 2 years of liquidation, he has appointed a registered valuer. This was also questioned by, 2 years have passed. Why can't we say things has changed and other things? Okay, we can say, but in the regulation, there is something called reserve price, which can be modified. The reserve price, what is stated for the reserve price is that in an auction, you fix a reserve price based on the valuation you have obtained earlier. Suppose if in the particular auction, you couldn't get a bidder, in that case, liquidator has been given a right to reduce the reserve price. For the first instant, 25%, later 10%, he can reduce. Right here, since there is an option which is given to the liquidator to reduce the reserve price at various auctions, 25, later 10%, which is an option given to him. He has to exercise that. He should not go for he should not go for another valuation. If he goes for valuation, what will happen is that it is not an extra cost to the CD already who are in the distress situation. So this is not advisable, right? Okay. So for them, for this criteria, disciplinary action has been taken against in that person. Now we'll move on to the next issue. How should a valuer deal in case of increase in scope of work? Correct. As I said earlier, from a particular valuer, the other valuer may get a valuation scope increased, or the resolution professional, he himself may come to know there is an extra items which needs to be included than what he has said earlier, what he has communicated to the concerned registered valuer. In that case also, scope will increase. So whenever the quote is requested by the RV, in that case, what they will have to specify is that for this scope, this is the fees. If the scope increases, the fees may change. That's a manner. It's not that fixed. Okay, whatever, even if you give some extra work later, I will not do the work for the same amount. It may change. Fine? Okay. Then the next few cases we will see, then we'll have a break for 5 minutes, then we'll resume. Then, how to ascertain the class of valuer is authorized for valuation of inventory. This scenario we have seen multiple cases. Inventory, what does it comprises matters. This such inventory could be various spare parts, it could be vehicles, it could be land and building, livestock, livestock, it could be pharmaceutical products, it could be any other item. So what type of inventory matters? If it pertains to first two category of registered valuer, then the work needs to be moved to them. Land and building or plant and machinery, as the case may be. What the inventory has, what the inventory comprises of determines who has to value. If it is in the case of investment in shares, it can be done by an SFA itself. Okay. Then next case is that whether difference in value has to be ascertained at the consolidated class level or asset level. Here, this question is very important. See, for example, a company has 3 different classes: land and building, plant and machinery, others SFA. In that case, the question arises, we are saying a significant difference in value is given. Whether we have to see consolidate all value and we have to see as a whole. Okay, for example, 10, 20, 30 has been given. I have to consolidate and I have to see whether there is a significant difference, or I have to see for each class, land versus land, building versus building, land and building versus land and building, plant and machinery versus plant and machinery, SFA versus SFA. What is stated is that don't look for the consolidated value. We have to see each asset level, we have to see whether there is a significant difference. If there is a significant difference with regard to plant and machinery, third valuer of plant and machinery will come into picture. Similarly, land and building third valuer will come into picture. It's not that all cases third valuer will come into picture. Next question is that whether there would be any action taken against the valuer if the valuer gives different value at the time of sanction of loan and the asset stressed asset. This is general question. See, I would have valued that company when the company is performing reasonably fine. During the stressed, when the company is in IBC, valuation may come to the same person. In that case, how to value? Is it the same value I have to give earlier valuation and now? The answer is certainly not. Situation has changed. See, what the scenario they were at the time of sanctioning the loan, that could be different. Okay, now they are in the stage where they couldn't repay the loan. Okay, in that case, I can't give same value earlier and now. It will change. It's not an issue. Okay, now we will have 5 minutes break and we will just see how to read a valuation report. Now the time is 4:23. Can we resume by 4:30 and we'll have half an hour and we'll close it?
Okay, madam.
We'll start.
Yes, please.
Okay. Fine. Now we'll just how to read a valuation report. What I have here is land and building, and that's land and building as I'm a SFA. I haven't done any land and building. Okay, land and building sample report I have taken from the web Google, and I'm just showing that one. Then with regard to IBC, CRP and liquidation, I'll just show you a sample. What are the details it has, and what are the precautionary measures as an RP you people have to do. Earlier to that, first thing you should know what are what details that should be available in a report. That matters always. One sec. Okay. We have rules for every valuation, RV rules, like registered valuer, we have certain rules. As per the rules, can you see the screen? Can you see my screen? Okay, I assume my screen is visible. See, as per the rules, we have as per the rules, as per the valuation rules, certain things needs to be mandatorily shown in the report. Okay, kindly ensure these A to I are available in the reports. If not, kindly check with your registered valuer why this is not given any specific reason. First, background information of the assets being valued. What is the asset I'm valuing for IBC? We know the company is being valued, or with regard to liquidation, A to F category was there. Any of that could be there. Okay. Then purpose of valuation, here it is clear. IBC appointing authority is either RP or liquidator. Identity of the valuer. Here certain points we need to understand here is that RP, while appointing a registered valuer, kindly ensure whether any case is going on, never miss to get the consent letter declaration from him stating that he is free from all disciplinary action. In one case, the person has failed, RP has failed to obtain, and there was a case going against the registered valuer. In that case, the thing is that RP has not complied his duty properly. That sort of problem comes. Again, one more thing, like IPE, there is something called RVE, the registered valuer entity. When appointing registered valuer entity, kindly ensure that the registered valuer entity is registered and recognized as per the IBBA. Because another case also happened is that the registered valuer or they have the proper registration and registration certificate. But this RVE doesn't have the recognition certificate. In that case, even the person who has done the valuation are correct, but the person who has been appointed as RVE doesn't hold proper recognition. Please obtain the certificate. Kindly have all documentation intact, evidence. Have it in a separate folder for each CRP valuation. Sorry, each CRP or liquidation process, right? Never miss that. Then disclosure of valuer interest or conflict. Whether am I associated with the CD, that thing has to be obtained, or the director or the suspended director, those things, if there is a standard format, kindly obtain that also. Okay. Then the date of appointment, valuation report, and the date of the report. Generally, it will be there. Some cases, some errors happens. People miss to specify the valuation date or the date of report, or sometimes they miss to specify the UDIN number, because for the professionals, CA, CS, and CWA, UDIN is mandatory. So that is missing. Ensure that that is obtained from your side. Inspection and investigation undertaken. RV, as I said earlier, they too have to do the due diligence. They have to investigate. They can't accept the numbers that has been given by the RP. You people have to give the numbers properly. Added to that, RV also needs to ensure they have obtained the correct numbers. It's both the side things. Then nature and the source of information relied upon needs to be given in the report, and the procedure.
Not moving.
Pardon?
Your sharing screen is not moving.
I haven't moved my screen. Same Excel file alone I'm having.
Okay.
Okay, then this is again important. See, in one particular case, what has happened? He has specified, he has adopted internationally valuation standard has been adopted. But he has missed to say which standard specifically. So for that, disciplinary action was taken against that particular valuer. Okay, so just ask them to be more precise in the valuation method standards adopted. Then restrictions on the use of the report, if any. Correct. Restriction, why we require? Because if we haven't obtained proper information, that we have to specify as limitation. Okay. Here, if you see with regard to IBC, the purpose of these only one single use. I have to identify the proper resolution applicant. Their use here is restricted. Then major factors that were taken into account during the valuation. What are the factors? That is, this report needs to be more transparent. He has, the registered valuer needs to give a detailed method, how he has obtained the data and what manner he has arrived at the number. Conclusion is always must. Okay, this again, last one is caveat, limitation, disclaimer is mandatory. Okay, but again, by making a limit, saying that I haven't obtained the detail, that is fine. But for the numbers I have given as a registered valuer, I am responsible, right? I can't say I'm not, since I haven't received the details, I'm not responsible for the number. That is not permissible. Even the limitation is there. Just see the wordings which is specified in the limitation. He cannot say he is not responsible for the number he has given. He can say he can't, he was obtained, he had limitation with regard to obtaining data. Those things he can specify, but responsibility is with him alone. Okay, now we'll move back. We will just see sample land and building valuation report. Land and valuations, he has given the picture of the land, what he has done. Generally, it should have the index. This index and this index should be the Excel file, what I have shown. One sec. Generally, this index will generally match. I can give extra information, but these are the basic information which has to be there. Address, owner.
My slide is not moving.
You couldn't see?
No. We can see only the slide which shows sample LNB, sample IBC, CIRP, sample IBC liquidation.
Yeah. I'm resuming. Now?
No.
One sec, just give me a minute. I'll reconnect. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I'll repeat what I have said earlier. This is regarding land valuation. Just content general, whatever I have shown in that Excel file, that should be there. That is a basic content. You can have extra content. That's not an issue. But these content should be available in the report. This is with regard to land and building. I will show my report with regard to CRP and liquidation. This about the land, where it is located, what is the market value, those things it has to be there. The building, what is this roof, or what is its roof structure is made up of cement or whatever be that thing. Those details he has to give in depth. Okay, this is the valuation report with regard to liquidation. See, when you're signing, it has to specify the UDN number and the date of signature is also matters. Here, this is a way we give that abbreviation because the person who reads it
Not
must.
able to see the report.
Pardon?
Not able to see the report.
You can't see the screen now?
No.
Screen is not visible, ma'am.
One sec. Now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is there.
Okay, fine. This is regarding a liquidation valuation. Fine. These are the contents we were used to give. That's one. What is the approach? Executive summary valuation, source of information, notes to valuation. Each and everything we have to give in a detailed manner. Abbreviation, I'll just run through this report. Scope of work, assignment approach, fair value and liquidation value. Then summary of work. Here, since it is liquidation, we have restricted ourselves to realizable value. Then for each category, for long-term loans and advances, what is the book value, what is the realizable value, and how we have arrived at that number. See, from 60,000, we haven't given any value. Then similarly, 61 lakhs, we have given only 3 lakhs. What made us to bring that numbers from 17 crore? We have just given 76 lakhs alone. So for that, we have to give an explanation. It is not just giving numbers. We have to give why the number has come down. For each category, for non-current investment, detail needs to be given. Long-term loans and advances, 3 lakhs has been given, and we have given a reason why that number has been reduced to that extent. Here, if you see the security deposit, in this case, security deposit is with the TNEV, bank guarantee with Southern Railways, but no value has been given because of some issues there. That issue we have to bring it down. Sundry creditors, realizable value is only this much because for sundry debtors, if you see this, as I said earlier, what is the nature of industry? What is the general recovery period? If the recovery period is more, then the weightage will be nullified because generally if it is 30 days, we will give 90%. If it is more than that, then we may give, we may not give based on the understanding with the management. And cash and cash equivalents, we have accepted the number just like that, except for one number, one account which is inoperative. We couldn't obtain the bank balance. Confirmation has not been obtained on the particular date. For that, we have reduced that amount alone. See, as we have to specify why we couldn't give that, since it is non-operative. Short-term loans and advances, again, we had not given any value. We have to specify why. That's the requirement. Income tax settlement, here they have paid 95 lakhs to department, but we are not saying this amount is receivable by the CD. Why means they have a due with the department to the extent of 100 crores, but they have only 95 lakhs. So we don't know whether it is realizable. So we don't know whether the chances of winning the income tax case are lower. So we couldn't give some weightage to the amount that has been given to the department, even though it is paid under protest. Deferred tax, we have specified it is not there because going concern was shaky and future earning prospects was not there. So we have not taken that number. Then again, scope limitation, disclaimer, those things also we have to give. This is a sample with regard to liquidation. I'll just show with regard to CRP process, similar thing what we have done. Can you see the screen?
Share more screen.
Same old screen. And when I change the file, it is not displaying. I'm just going again and I'm opening. Okay, now?
Yes.
Okay, this is regarding CRP process.
Can you please expand the screen size? Yes.
Okay. Here, there was only one value, realizable value. Here, same abbreviations and other thing will be there. Added to realizable value, we will have extra things, which I'll show you. We have to specify which rule and other thing, what type of valuation, orderly, scope of work, same thing. Here, if you see asset class, securities and financial assets, what is the book value? Here given is 243, fair value is this much, liquidation value has come down. Now for each class, we have to give similar sort of thing. These are the classes which is covered under SFA. Short-term loans and advances, bank balance, cash balance, trade receivable, non-current assets, deferred tax, right of use of assets, non-current assets, intangible assets. In the similar manner, this is a summary. And in which page, what details are given also we have given. Which method has been chosen and is adopted for valuation, source of information. These we have to give what are the information based on which this valuation has happened. Those information needs to be communicated in length. Intangible asset, liquidation value, nothing. So again, we have to give reasons. That's what. Book value, fair value, liquidation value. Non-current assets, investments, same manner. See here, these people have invested and the shareholdings are also there. But it will not fetch liquidation value as such. It is also under a problem. So we have given the fair value has been reduced based on the performance of that such a subsidiary. This right to use of asset, what is at lease and why no value has been given, fair value, liquidation value, same thing. We have to expand for fair value and liquidation value. Here, if you see year on year, trade receivables, what is the number of days in general? This is a trend we will say. Then later, it has increased due to COVID. So for this industry, 127 days is average. 127, 130 days seems to be average. Average here it is specified 120 days is the average period. So anything more than that will have a probability of recovery, not to the extent of 100. It will be reduced. Here even we have specified up to 180 days, 100% probability of recovery. More than that, 30% alone for the balance. We haven't given anything.
Madam, here 30% or 40%, how to determine in the aging?
And that's what, sir, this trend alone matters. So if you earlier, that's what we have to obtain the details of earlier trade data turnover ratio matters. How was the earlier performance, and are there persons are still having transaction even in the CRP period? Are they having transaction with the company? If they are running, if they are also maintaining transaction with the company, then the chances of recoverability are higher side. Else, no. See, these things they haven't earlier, based on earlier trend alone, this number has been arrived. So
in the report, we have to mention how this 30% is arrived, or it's our own.
That's what earlier we have seen in a case where the person has given for liquidation 40% discount has been given. Just like that, we can't give, we have to specify why I have chosen 30%. Okay, generally, if you see, you collect the data of the previous years, based on that, you can say.
Okay.
Here, if you see, book value is so much, fair value has increased. Why the fair value has increased? Because it is the deposits. Deposit maturity value has been considered. That's the reason for increase. Even for this one, certain numbers, even for bank, fair value and liquidation value has not given because they were non-operative. Because if it is non-operative, you people know they just impose a penalty, and the number will be less. It will be 0 or it will be negative. Unpaid dividends, nothing, no value to be given because it is not our asset. Margin money or security money with lender under lien, for that also valuation has been done and number has been given here. Unpaid dividend, margin money with various thing here, they have added certain portion because this margin money, when we receive, it will come with some interest. As detailed as possible, if it is there, it is good for the RP as well as for the RV to substantiate the problem which may occur at later stage. See, in one case of our group, what has happened is that my another director has done a valuation 2 years earlier. Now ED has called him to know how, not about the valuation. Do you know who has invested in the valuation you have given? See, our duty is to just to give the valuation. After our valuation, any investor may come and invest. If that person has some problem, we can't be questioned, right? In our case, our director came all the way to Chennai to address that problem. See, that's why I say documentation, evidence, and whenever we do the job, please ensure the data is protected and has been properly arranged. That's a very, very essential requirement. And that too, in the recent days, it is keep on, our responsibility increases. Even as CS or CA, RB and RP, I feel little RP is on the higher side. Earnest money, what are the earnest money they are having? Entire list has been given here. Even the GST credit ledger, what was the balance? Those things has also been given here. So this is an asset for the person who is acquiring, if it is CRP. Limitation class, a detailed limitation class has been given to ensure this is the way, what are the limitations we have faced, those things has been considered. Okay, now I'll go back to the slide. Okay. These are some findings. I'll just check the time. 4 minutes to go. I'll just run through this one. These are the findings with peer review. Like any other thing, like CA has a peer review, RV has a peer review. There are some findings which has been which has been obtained while doing this peer review, those things has been consolidated and has been given here. Okay. What I will do is that you can just run, I'll just share the file with you. You have just run through it. These are the responsibilities of the RP as well as RP to ensure these things are done. Okay. Reporting errors. These are the reporting errors. Kindly go through this one and ensure this errors doesn't happen for your case. Generally, what I think is that I can't make all errors and do an activity properly. From other errors, from other person's errors also, we need to learn and we should not do the mistake again. Okay. These reporting errors, since it goes, we have almost 20 lines, you just read, and if you have any queries, you can call me in my number or you can mail me. Any questions you have, you can ask me.
Madam, thank you for your wonderful presentation. Can we get the PPT?
Sure. I'll share with the institute, sir.
Thank you. But how do we get from them? Because we are not members of the IPA.
No, I will share the report. They will share with you. Generally, it happens, not an issue.
No, that is what I'll say. I'm not a member of ICS IPA.
Okay, you note my number,
Yeah.
and then I send your mail ID. I'll share through that.
Thank you.
Anything else? Can we end the session?
Thanks for your wonderful presentation, including some live examples and illustrations and mistakes to be avoided, etc.
Thank you.
These are more important than simple subject. As you get unknowingly, we may be committing some mistakes or some wrong concepts we may be adopting.
Correct.
So this is an eye-opener for us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Wonderful.
Thank you.